Hello, and welcome to stream. We are back with more Wardens. We just had the notification go off for pre-session announcements, so we're all gathered up. Let me swap on over. Here we are.
Hello folks, sorry for going a little bit late. Not really anything to announce today. Yeah, for tavern folk, the tavern is slightly different at the back, so just go have a look. Any changes that you want, let me know. As was the case before, the pockets are currently disabled, and they'll be re-enabled once we have all the testing and bugs worked out. I think that's everything. If you're new or you have a character introduction today, please stay behind. Any questions?
Full moon today, by the way.
Yes, full moon today. Yippee! Yeah, so that's everything then. I go on and jump in, and in 3 minutes I'll hit the bell. So once it hits 10 past.
Pink lady. What does this button do?
Yo, Celestial, what's she doing here?
My jelly bean?
What flavor is it?
It's cherry.
No, it's not. It's Powers. Don't be mean.
Wow.
It's gone, I ate it.
I'm so tired. I want to cry.
Oh,
Just
no.
pretend I'm in your house. I need I needed more time to wake up. It's really bad.
Just gotta shake you a bit.
Don't be mean to me. Everybody's shaking me. They're shake and wake. Everyone's so tall.
You're just short.
Yeah, we're like a matryoshka.
What?
Everyone getting progressively shorter. Yeah.
I think usually I feel like people get taller. You're in the ground.
All right, so yeah, we are back with day 5 of good old Aballister here. I was noticing earlier, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the bitrate today. I mean, it's still in the green, but that is way lower than I normally get. I'm chalking it up to all the internet problems for last week. It should still be good enough that there isn't any fragmentation on screen, but please do let me know if you do see like it glitching out and making like weird boxes, or if the audio quality drops. It should be good, as you know, it's still saying it's green. There's no red dips yet. But yes, apologies for no stream last week. As I mentioned on the last stream, there has been weird internet cutouts for the whole last week from our internet provider. And like maybe an hour after 2 Saturdays ago's stream ended, it just cut out all the way until Tuesday, that next map rotation, I guess, or whatever. So I was unable to make it to last session despite sitting there on the wings, waiting and hoping to have it come back on. But we're back here today. So whilst we did miss coming back in from the Vale, we can still do a bit of recovery RP today. I do have it so that I am slightly bruised from the bit of combat that we were experiencing before. Excuse me. And already cleaned off all the blood toggle as well. So we should get there. All 3 daggers. I think we could probably start making our way over towards our room in the tavern.
You wouldn't even fuck him, dude, so fuck you, dude. I ain't beast
Is there. I also mentioned that the back of the tavern's different. Oh yeah, I see it a bit. It's explored a bit invisibly. Ooh, they got a whole kitchen now. Sweet. Let's get up here to room number 3. That still turns you around whenever you go through the door. But here we are. So yeah, as you also might notice, between the stream and the last, our third-person camera now is completely clear and clean. That's all thanks to some advice from Red. So now, I can just... Before I was using like the wrong capture, I think. I was using a video capture instead of a game capture, so it didn't have the toggle for transparency. So I was trying to like green screen it out and all that. But now, it's just straight from the game to the feed, which is nice. So we got that. I think that should be all announcements. Yeah, that is fluctuating a bunch, and I don't know why. Very strange, very strange. But yeah, it was dipping into the red when I was sitting in the Discord call, so I'm going to be sitting outside of that for this stream and see how it goes. I did hear that part of the issue of why we were having internet trouble was because there's apparently like a strike going on at AT&T or something like that. So that's probably has something to do with the strange signal. Hello, Catboog. Yes. So hopefully we should be good. Have no more internet problems for the rest of the stream. I think we're good to go there. So, real quick before we hop into character here. Whoops. Didn't mean to open that. I'm going to... Oh. Yeah, I wish I could. But real quick, before we hop into character, I am going to grab a little bit more water. And then we should be good to hop in character. So I'll be right back, and we'll launch straight into things. All right. Should be good to settle up in there. It's a bad strange for me to hear you when you... I have been doing them a long time. It makes sense. We should be all settled up here. I think we'll do a quick recalibration. Adjust that hip tracker down a bit. Then we are good to go. All right. So since we weren't able to make it to last stream, the way I was playing it off in character is that once we got back from town, Aballister was taking some time in the tavern to help recuperate, replenish the bit of mana he used with the shield and such, and then also take a lot of notes and write stuff down. Yeah, take care. Which I'm not sure if I showed off all the fancy new toggles that Mezzo'd helped put on the model yet, but we do now have a fancy book that we can write stuff in, which is super sweet. We even have the extra option of some loose pages that kind of wiggle a bit when you move it. We, of course, still have the hat toggle. Then we also now have the option to adjust the hat a bit, which is very nice. And aside from that, we still have all the good old regular stuff. Got our throwing daggers, which I'm going to toggle off here now that we're back in town. I'll keep our knife and rapier. I think other than that, we should be good to go. We did already hear the rooster crow, so we should be set to go on out. I've been excited to get back and play Aballister more. Just gonna double check the bitrate here one last time, make sure it's smooth. Still in the green. I'm seeing it bounce up and down a lot, but it should still be good for session. All right. I'll try to keep an eye on that as we go. But now we can swap into character. Sally sells seashells down by the seashore. Aballister Sterling. Think. Oh, nearly forgot to turn off nameplates. There we go. Excuse me. Oh, I thought that was a mushroom person for a second. It's just a parasol. It's a nice new day. I should reconnect with Mr. Alvis, see what the town has been up to.
Speaking of which, I was hoping we can discuss further restructuring with Master Blake at some point, if that will be alright.
That sounds good, yeah.
Ah, I see the cafe is open as well.
Cafe.
Alright, would I have
Oh yes, of course, of course.
I'll be there at some point, probably.
It's
Anyway, what's going on? Good morning.
You look very spiffy with that key.
Morning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
You look very spiffy
Well,
with
More
it.
of a staff for him.
Thank you. I am short. It's more like it.
It does look more like a staff. It's quite a bit tall.
You can give him a good jab.
Oh no. You shouldn't strain yourself too much.
Yeah, no.
You just do what makes you comfortable.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh hello.
Good day there. I don't believe we've met.
I'm gonna go check on the guards, so hope y'all have a good day.
Uh,
I'll see y'all later.
I'm. Puts down king.
I'm Alice. Nice to meet you.
Aballister Sterling.
That's a
At
very
your
lovely
service.
name. Oh. That's quite an introduction.
Indeed.
Hi, Curse.
Why, hello there, friend. Pleasure. I don't believe I've meeting you yet.
A lot of doer faces today. Did you arrive recently?
Well, pleasure to meet you. My name's Curse.
I arrived
And you are?
yesterday. Actually.
You can call me Starlight.
Ah, I would see why I hadn't seen
Ah,
your arrival.
beautiful
I was
name.
spending the day recuperating a bit in the tavern.
Well, I'll be roaming
Are you well?
for a bit. I'd
Oh
like
yes,
to see
I was
you
just
in
previously on an
Victor.
expedition out in the Vale
Perhaps I
with a
woke
lot
up
of other
early
folks.
this morning.
It is.
Right, I did hear about that. I hope. Well, I heard that people got injured, but I hope they're making speedy recovery.
Indeed, I hope so as well. I do need to check up on some of the folks that were present.
I see. Well, I'll see you
Hmm.
around.
I hope everything worked out and everything is fine.
Indeed.
Hello.
Ah, morning, Mr. Kai.
Hello. Oh, are you sore? I'm sore.
Indeed I am.
I think there's quite a few people that are sore, unfortunately. More than others.
That would be expected.
Aw.
Did everyone else get like skewered like a barbecue stick?
Well, that's
I did get.
that's what I was interested to find out. I haven't heard from the other team yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Hi. Got like stabbed in the front and in the back. Wasn't fun.
Indeed. It was quite drastic at times, but I think we came out all right.
Indeed, indeed.
I hope so.
Very interesting
There's a
though.
lot more bandits than I think what people were predicting there would be.
Yes, it is rather curious.
Oh, dear.
I was part of a team that went into the Vale. It was the North team.
Mhm.
We had to go and retrieve something.
Oh, it's raining.
Oh dear.
I guess it's lucky I have this umbrella.
Rather handy. So, if you will excuse me, I do need to catch up with Mr. Arvis.
Oh, okay.
Do take care. It was a pleasure meeting you. Mr. Legore?
Ta-ta.
He's still sad.
Good day, Mr. Arvis.
The mental connections.
Morning.
Oh, there he is. Sense present.
feel their presence.
My.
Is everything all right?
Presence
Holy shit, what
Yeah, we're just going a little bit loopy already.
Oh dear.
It has been 5 minutes. I think.
Ah, I see.
Don't worry about it. The science team has their reasons.
Just believe in us. I mean,
Enough.
we are a bunch of
Team
nerds.
science. Yeah,
We do
but I
have to
don't
think of the
understand
weird
team nerd.
shit on purpose.
Yeah, we a little bit crazy. We're a little bit, out there. We come up with ideas.
I like to think that I am relatively of normal mind.
You live in
That's
this
what a lot of
town.
insane
You
people
live,
think.
you live in this town. It's nothing normal.
Just hit them with that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just stating facts.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, fair.
So, which doctor's your favorite?
Well, to be honest, I don't think I've been able to accommodate myself with all of them.
Understood. I mean, there's so many.
Probably likes the 11th,
Yeah,
but the 11th is not the bad one. Like, that's not a bad. That's not bad.
Ugh.
The 11th.
Is there
Yeah, there's,
referencing
I believe
the
14 of them
town
now?
over, there's apparently like a large number of doctors, all by the same name.
There is. Yes.
Right. Curious.
They apparently have chosen.
Yeah, when you go
names,
there
and I
and you
guess
ask for a
from
doctor,
that
they go
name,
Doctor
I don't
Who.
get it.
Ah, now I see.
You get it now.
Oh dear.
We were only mentioning it because apparently time snatched our friend who was trying to show us something.
He was playing with the runes.
Ah.
I'm not even sure what the rune was.
I mean, it unmade him in
right.
front of us, so.
Yeah,
worried.
he just kind of.
Pretty dangerous, yeah.
But we do probably need to look into the what are they called? Is the orbs with the runes on them? I looked into
Yes,
it a
the-
little bit, and they were strange. They had runes that said an element. Like that's what they translated to. But like the element inside of it was like it didn't have an element. It's not exactly.
Is that the one that was hovering above the taproot? little-
Yeah. They were, I believe, they seemed to like, the best way I could describe it is from just looking at it and getting a general sense of the mana with my eye. It seemed like you know, like the elemental crystals that are out in the, outside the walls? It was like one of those, but universal.
I talked
Hmm.
to Harvest a little bit about it because runes are one thing I know. I wanted to actually look at it.
Yeah, I believe we have 3.
Yeah, I mean, we can spend
Yes.
the day looking at them and we can do some little tests. Obviously, once Otto is back from his
Yeah, once Otto's back, but
kidnapping.
but based on basically a small cursory glance, it seemed like they were essentially just universal magic mana crystals, with a hint of a certain element.
Maybe some
Wonder-
sort of tap to, or filter to
Maybe.
get specific manners that they wanted.
It didn't seem like it. It seemed more like a label. It was strange.
Once we look at them, if given the opportunity, do you think I could potentially tinker with one after we look at it first? Because I don't want to tinker with something I don't know.
Yeah, the only one I looked at was the one on the top of the cliff, which seemed to have the symbol for water.
High five me!
What was their name? The old guy that led us through the veil. Didn't they have runes just emanating from them?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, the runes that were floating around him, curiosity. I read them, and it seems like it's some kind of curse of ever burning. Basically, he's always on fire at all times. From, like, I think the dragons or something.
Yeah,
it's
the
old,
veil- the veil
it's
burning.
old draconic magic. Like, ancient draconic. I think is what I remember. But essentially, it's basically just runes that vague, more or less, read out into an ancient script of a permanent burning on the one that is put upon. He is always experiencing the feeling of being on fire and embering.
Indeed.
Okay.
It sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine. I read it and got immediately concerned. It's basically his shackles, essentially, to that place.
Just not enough time.
I'm just super strong. You could probably handle it. I'm not super strong at all. I'm not.
If you're super strong, why don't you help me move lumber around? That'd be so helpful if I had some, you know.
I'm like.
So I believe that we're going to be waiting for Java to come back.
I'm all for voting. Take away whatever Otto has. Because if it did that to him, I don't.
I don't want to be taken.
I feel like we should like lock it up.
We'll see what it actually does. We're figuring it out. I don't know what he actually wanted. He said he wanted to test something, and I had materials.
Fucking front gates were closed for some gods be damned reason. Fucking sorry about that. Sorry to be late.
That's fine. We are waiting for Otto to appear.
Why are we waiting for Otto?
Came in, said he needed to borrow something. Whatever it is he was working on, sent him away.
That's a shame.
I'll cry tears.
Alright. Got the forge running. I'm guessing you're already tackling the ore, or should I go ahead and start on that?
Sorry, I had an aneurysm. So, did you touch that stone, by the way?
No. We've been very
great.
Went over with the dock people who were fishing, they caught a couple of people.
This is a stone. It'll make your fingers tingle whenever you handle it, unless we imbue it with the right amount of mana. Anyway, in Elementary, he takes out a
don't know the proper term.
See this? Doing that. Super simple rules.
One of them actually chopped on the hook.
Understanding, assuming that your edge will take place in this instance. Basically, this is a rune that, when activated, it will make a paired rune glow.
Oh yeah, of course. Now they're just sort of wandering around the town.
We're only making it one.
We're making a connected
You have a good rest?
without the connection?
Yeah. Still waiting on
Sounds like.
Just make the thing.
But otherwise,
You got resources, right?
I
Yeah,
do.
there.
What does it need?
Wonderful. You're so kind. A little bit of valuable
I had a
metal
couple
dust and
people
maybe some
recommend
cut up gems. That's my style, but I
check to
know
see if there's
that it
anything
can work with
can be
those
done to
fancy
speed it up a bit,
plants that
but
you like to work with.
wait till the doctors aren't busy and then I'll... Oh, yes, I was going to ask if my sword's good.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah,
I don't
do tell
need
me.
to try
Whatever, I don't care.
We're finalizing last repairs right now. We should be finished within, I'd say, about the next.
You're gonna help me or not? Come on, do
30
this
some
part.
minutes at most.
You do the
I'm guessing you're
engraving
waiting for
and
the same?
everything like that. I'll carve out the bits and bobs, and then we'll get you out. You'll be
sorry, say one more time.
So anyway,
guessing you're waiting
I
for the same,
feel like
or-
if we, like the person who's going to be using this has a lot of mana, can
understood.
use it
Alright,
very
well,
efficiently.
working
so
on it
we're
right
gonna
now.
use
I do
the deep.
apologize.
So
Yeah,
she can
don't rush yourself.
a lot of mana and get
figured I'd come and check in on it.
What do you think?
Perfectly fine.
I feel a bit naked without my sword.
It would work, but it
I
could also
understand
take
that.
it a little fast.
Hmm.
We could probably adjust.
This only
the
needs to
shape
work
of the
once.
channel.
That's the thing.
Oh, in that case,
If we wanted it to be a repeated,
and as wide as possible.
What was I saying?
well, of course,
kind
but
of
then
fun.
it's gonna make the shape in itself just completely fucking. Ugh. So I think we're going for like I don't know, a 4.5 millimeter.
Alright,
When it comes to
some people were trying to get me to go to the clinic to try and get it healed faster, but
a little bit deeper than usual.
I need to actually talk with
That's
them
what I
first
was
before
thinking.
drinking a
Do
bunch
not
of potions
square
for
them
no
out. Though. If
reason.
you square them out, it's going to be more explosive than it is. efficient.
Sure, what's the best way to get the
Yeah,
arm
of
healed?
course.
Since
You
I'd
never
rather
have
not
edges to a
jack it
rune
up.
unless you
It's
need them.
it's not my sword hand, it's so important
Yeah,
for
I love
holding my
adding them
sword.
on my explosive runes because it adds that extra oomph.
No, I
It
mean,
also
I never know
causes
why.
mana to be
Sharper
completely and
and
utterly
instant.
unstable, and sometimes it will cause the explosive to use oxygen as fuel, thus making a very, very nasty explosive.
I have no clue.
Those ones I don't really like.
You just came over and started fucking with runes and shit on the table? Or like what's
Try Linden runes or something difficult because they're all just a bunch of straight lines.
You have a shop for this.
Abandoned rooms are pieces of shit.
We do, actually. Last I checked, you guys do have a shop for this.
Oh, mama. What is happening?
I mean, alright, but to be fair, a day that nobody's in the forge.
Kami learning
is-
something today.
We get people in the forge 24/7. It's so
I know,
rare that I
that's
get a
some
moment
pressure
to
right
breathe
there.
because there's always someone who's just in the forge.
He takes a weird little.
I'm just saying that, like, if there
It is
was
like an open
somebody
building.
with
Presses it
work
into the
done.
hard
It
stuff.
is fine, but I'm also just saying that they have a building for what they're doing.
Okay.
It's true, they do have a magic building.
What?
Good luck!
There's wonderful applications of this peculiar little gauntlets of mine. I'm just saying.
I do have a question for
Oh, dear.
any of the
Never seen someone push something
builders
solid
in here.
stone.
Inventors, what you would
If
want to
it's
call
a
it.
sharp enough piece of
I
metal,
need a
if
place
it's
in
a strong
order
enough
for a
piece of metal,
distillery.
all you need is a reasonable amount of strength. to
An
which I have.
entire distillery.
Well, like a miniature one.
And I
Something I can
don't.
just put in my house for now.
Good for you.
Your little soft dark elf hat. Swallow distillery.
Oh, you mean like a steel?
A still could be one.
Can't say you're wrong.
Alright.
We. You see this little.
How are you doing,
Anyway,
everybody?
I appreciate your work, Trio.
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Alright,
smaller
Wonderful.
distillery.
let me draw up some designs first, and then I'll get you on
I
pricing.
don't know. I don't know. You wanted to make the basic designs of it were two runes paired together, but he's only making the one, so I don't know.
That's a new person.
So it's a half pair. It's
Yes.
a one.
Or it's already connected to one somewhere else and searching. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I saw
Could be a search rune in a unique way.
We're heading out on the expedition.
Yes, that's right.
Which
I feel like that makes it more worrisome,
Definitely missed that.
knowing that.
I think they're on a different Explosive team. runes, and that's why does everything he does have to have an explosive rune?
I made sure it was smooth and had smooth round edges. It was fine.
They'll fit in great.
It should blow up, and if it does, his heat is down.
That's for sure. I'm trying to
Holy
remember.
fucking hammer
It was the first day that both
But why, if he blows up, as long as it's not close to anything important, then
I guess, yeah.
tall blonde lady with the red horns.
Right, she has like arachnid creatures.
Yeah.
Did we finish the is it dowsing rune?
And when Lynn's
I
arrived,
don't think we
ran into the veil.
did.
As well.
Oh, that sounds
I
familiar.
think so. I think we
And we found that,
started it,
that
but
tiny Otto in the veil.
Yeah, he was on our side.
tiny Otto.
The one that you needed.
Yeah, he was on the
Right over there in front of the cafe.
Well, we were about to start it, and then something distracted us, which is about normal.
Oh, them. That one
Right,
right there.
I remember now. If we can go somewhere else, and we can talk about the ingredients. And if you want, we can look at the spirit gem. As I'm planning. If you want.
Also,
gotta figure out this whole mail.
Should I tag along as well?
We're going to look at the spirit gem a little bit while we talk about how it
Probably should start
makes the
looking through,
dowsing
like,
rune, which we
legal
do need a
books
few
and stuff,
ingredients.
like
One being. What was
No.
it?
Tyrion's gone out of commission. No mayor. I'm the only elected
brass,
representative
metal.
left in the town.
The other thing was. Yes, snake oil.
I wasn't elected.
In general.
No.
No,
Here,
no.
give me. Think we have. How much
Yeah.
brass would you
You
need?
guys just kind of like got into the position.
Yeah. I say, I
a small
appreciate you
chip
during the
of some
meeting
wire.
yesterday.
It's not a large
Thanks.
amount. It's the base of
Thanks.
the rune.
Okay, I heard about it.
yeah.
Maybe something
Thank
that-
you for,
One second.
for saying what needs to be said.
Hey,
Oh,
gonna be
yeah,
for-
yeah, I'm just
I'm aware
a
you're
little
going to
disappointed
do
in the
little
guard.
rune explosion thing.
I guess
You guys have fun.
they didn't do anything.
can I take like a little bit of brass?
You tried.
much?
I did my best, yeah.
A small piece, something to.
Well, you know, the long-term ramification of that happening is that we're not letting any outsiders in unless they absolutely have to be there.
Unless,
So,
unless explicitly invited. in a matter of concern. Yeah, I think that's it.
Hmm.
That was way too many people there.
It seems I missed something prudent yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I think part of it isn't just the number of people. It's certain people feel like they should voice their opinion when they aren't adding anything to the conversation.
Had so many just laying around.
Definitely, 100% circles.
Yeah, the same thing keeps being said over and over and over again by different people.
Yeah, just constantly repeating just over and over again, yeah.
Working on your weapon, Frey.
No one else is going to join in on that one just to get that point across. No.
You told me about that last night. I just kind of glad I was hurt.
Where's Merchant? I'm sad that
I want to say lucky, but it's not lucky.
No, it was. I don't care. I don't care if it was because I was hurt. I'm glad I did not got 2 hours again after the last one we had was like 30 minutes at most.
That one meeting we had that was like 15 minutes? That was great.
Yeah. Oh, it was so fucking great. I wish we could have this again. Gavi just asked us how we wanted it. We did it. Figured the answer. Left.
Oh right, I should put in.
It took an extra 5 minutes. We were just fucking around, like talking about how short it was.
I'm going to put in a commission here for some kind of something where we can signal, like a bell or a different horn or something, where we know it's just a council meeting and only the council people need to be there instead of like the town hall.
And everyone comes up and then, oh yeah.
How's it going with you?
Yeah.
So you're hard at
I
work?
think people just ignored it last time.
Not too bad. Things have kind of
Yeah,
worked out.
it's kind of the issue. The town hall is kind of becoming a joke.
Oh, well, since Monty's kind of decided to...
It's like, do I need to be there, or is it just
the
fucking
other
down?
thing we'll need for the rune is...
It needs to be sort of used for emergencies
snake
or
oil.
town
Too
meetings.
depressing, anything. Just...
And if we want it to be reusable, we need to put it into something. Like a piece of equipment, armor, jewelry,
Go bother this poor
something to
man with
last.
a million orders.
And we need to add it with the idea of a earth crystal being essentially reloaded. As we use the crystal whenever it's used.
Finalizing some of the
And it
last
can
ones.
take multiple different sizes of the crystal. As it has different
This is for
power
our
outputs.
Frey, actually. Yours.
Well,
is
for
over
now,
there.
I would say let's get the
Basically,
rune
Yes.
done, and then after we get the
Wait,
rune
what did
done,
that
I
do?
could see about adding it to a
Shall
piece
it
of
be-
armor.
Did you bring one of your weapons over for
Do
repair?
that.
No.
Does anyone
You did
really
not?
have a
Have you
snake
seen
oil?
what
he does with his
Or
weapons?
just
He
oil
talks
in
about it
general?
thinner, you know.
Or a
I mean,
spider atom?
I'm sure the
there
algorithm
might be
is
some oil
everyone left behind. I kind
the
of
boxes, but it would probably be more crunching or something that just...
The apothecary's oil might be better if they have something.
You could try the general store.
Oh, general store work as well.
Yeah, too. Is Emilia someone on the general store?
I'm actually one of the members of the council, so
I think that works.
reasonably.
You want to cause some chaos?
Well,
Why?
yes, but I also don't want to use finances.
Oh,
because
because I want to make at least 1,000 extremely rudimentary runes that make stones glow only at night.
Should
And
I
I'm gonna
throw this
screw them
brass
about
blade at
the
him?
entire pathway of
the
this town.
rest of the money that I have.
Oh.
That's not fair.
I'm not sure if I should advise it.
No, it wouldn't. No, it's chaos. It's murder, and I hope that people will get upset about it.
Oh yes, I remember.
Okay.
It's just like mood lighting.
Yeah, just help them seize the path. You're just being helpful.
It will cause them to be blinded and terrified in the night because they don't know what it is.
Painful way possible. I have
No,
absolutely
no,
no.
let them have it.
Actually, I know they were.
Let me place a stop sign at the three-way intersection because it will cause nobody to go. Come on.
Oh, it'll be Alright, you know what, you're fair, go ahead. Have fun. But we are working on the other things right now.
I'm slightly not regretting the request to throw the brass ingot on him. Slowly, very slowly.
I mean, I can deal with.
Oh yeah, I have a brass ingot, by the way.
Okay, so we can make a few, if we wanted to.
I was just gonna
give multiple tries.
Yeah, and whatever we don't use,
Just
I'm
in
just gonna
case.
return.
More utilitarian.
Oh, nice and dim.
The fashion. Once I get
Who
a bit
would
harder, I
have
take off
oil
the
then?
jacket. Actually.
general store, maybe the apothecary.
But it's good for at least. Then afterwards,
I
once
don't
can
think
kinda
I've
be
seen
a little bit
anyone
harder, I
from
make
the
sure to take it off.
apothecary.
The problem is,
General
if I just
store.
work in the forge
Is it
basically
open?
shirtless all day, someone around the town will
Yes,
claim,
I've never
"Oh,
been
there
in
goes
there.
Vincent being all
Yeah.
naked
It's
around the
always
front
supposed
door."
to be open.
I know people have opened it, but I've never
Fire,
been
and you're
there.
doing physical labor all day.
Let's go check.
Nobody complains about being.
On 2 days ago.
We didn't.
Anyways, what? Can I go on patrol?
Do you need help up? Everyone okay?
A lot of new faces today. Very interesting.
Why are people talking about going back into the Vale already?
I'm pretty sure it was a joke. I hope.
I would not be surprised if it wasn't.
I mean, knowing how this town is.
Shut up. I know. I'm very fucking aware.
I mean, the door. Wait, the door though? Wait, is it closed?
No, it's just closed.
But this is confusing. The door is open, but it's. Oh. God, are you there? It's me, Margaret. Sorry.
I looked away.
Why are we all
gathering at the
general store? Because we wish to
we've been
purchase
hoping it
items
was
from the
open.
general store.
Then go get Earl.
Exactly.
Oh, he's in the water supply.
What? Oh, I'm not drinking water tonight. I'm concerned.
Okay, let's go.
Thou shall be sidetracked by random.
Oh, side quests? Hell yeah.
Side quest? Fuck yeah.
That's all.
If you would like to join, you're welcome to do, but I also know that you are concerned. We appreciated you. If you want to just come to make sure that we're going to be okay, you can stand outside while we go inside and figure it out.
Hello. Good day. Hello. We were wondering if the general store had anything like a snake oil in general.
I do know we should have a cask of oil of lantern oil.
That should work. It doesn't. Based on my theories, it shouldn't specify. Snake oil is just better, but oil in general works.
Yeah. I mean, give it a go and see how it goes.
How much would like a bottle of it be?
A bottle? So what would that be? A pint or so? That would be.
About.
That'll be 3 silver, I believe.
Alright. Do you mind if I pay you here and just go get it, or would you want to go get it yourself?
You can just pay me here, and I'll keep a mental note to put it there. Is Captain Thalia not around? Is Miss Ophelia not around?
I haven't seen them.
I saw Ophelia earlier. I think Talia's out of town for today, though.
All right. I know they run the morning shift. But I can keep a mental note.
Alright, I just need it for a rune I'm making, so having it as soon as possible would be great, or even now.
I'll open up real quick.
Yeah, danke. Sorry for the inconvenience.
I was.
Hi, Desmond.
You may refer to me as Curse. 2 C's. It's very weird. Anyways.
Miss Prey?
I was just looking at what you have here.
Tomorrow.
very much.
Right. So, with that, we should be able to.
Mr. Arvis, were you ever able to check over those books to see how much I might be getting paid?
Fuck. I'm.
I think
I
the
believe-
standard is like silver or something. A few silver. I can't remember the exact amount.
I think for like government jobs, it's like 5 silver.
Maybe
But it helps. It helps you live
I'm going
pretty
to check
well.
my mental factories just in case.
I can't remember. I can't remember where that writing is.
Not there.
The primary reason I ask is because I've had a loot set aside for me in the general store.
I was very off. It would be like 10 silver. Unless you want to pay him more, which is for a higher skill job,
But
which
isn't
is 20.
10 silver just 1 gold?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yes, it's 1. No, that's per day, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it's 1 gold per day.
I mean, you get paid two gold per day, so.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm not paying you out of my money anyways, coming out of the town, so.
Of course.
Exactly. It is nicer. But yeah, it's a gold per day, which is surprisingly large amount. Not for the job, but in general. You'd be.
And if you're,
It's always a surprise whenever I hear that inventors and people that just go about don't get that much money.
True. I mean, if you want to pull one of those over, you can have a seat as well.
Right, so-
I'm not going to make you stand.
It certainly
the whole
works.
time.
So, what do we want to put this rune on? Because we have, once they get here.
Also gonna steal a drink of water here.
I was really hoping he'd show up in the window when I said that. But so we can put it on a necklace, bracelet, ring. We can put it on really anything. The only issue is we need to make it in such a way that the rune doesn't break, but the crystal that is depleted when used is what is the fault. Just
I believe maybe a bracelet would be the best choice. More surface area in order to.
So something like this one.
Yeah, a bigger surface area allows it to fly out a lot. The stairs are a bit difficult. You gotta go slow.
Yeah, we do this every day. It is fine. I've learned just to say fuck the stairs and just go straight into the door. It makes it so much easier.
I can't jump up because otherwise I'll land on the roof.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can just walk up it. Hold on, I'm going to check. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can just walk up it. You don't need to. You can walk up where the stairs aren't. It's fine.
Yeah,
you can take a big step. Yeah, just a big step. So, if we're going to put it on a bracelet, so this is more surface area. I could probably spread these runes out. And what do you think? Put a thing in the bracelet where we can insert the crystal, or have an add on a bit where it can be mounted, like outwardly. So like a think like diamond ring or embedded ring.
I think if we have an add-on, it's easy to change out if we need to. If we embed it, then
True.
it's going to take a lot more work. So if
How many slots do we want to put on it? Only one needs to be full for it to work, but if we have multiple slots, we could take smaller ones and combine them into one more powerful version of the spell.
2 or 3 sounds decent.
So,
What was the primary purpose of this creation?
it is a rune that is able to douse the ground and search for caverns.
Ah, right.
We were thinking of a secondary part to this fun that would help with caving in general, which would be a rune that, when underground, can search for flowing air and basically cracks in the walls that might lead to open spaces where air is flowing. That was a other idea. This one utilizes earth magic, whereas that one utilizes air magic.
We only got a chance to test the earth magic side of it to begin with.
Yeah.
But that's...
The caves were off limits at the time. I don't know why.
Probably someone being silly. It's probably someone being silly.
Yeah, most likely. It wasn't like the cave was flooded or something, I can't remember.
Something like that.
So, let me draw up a design. So something like maybe Oh, I know. A coiled band that has 3 circular points. It's coiled around 1, 2 times. 1 on the end, 1 in the middle, and 1 on the other end. It should fit. It's just a matter of making the bands so that the runes can fit on the outside of it and the inside. What do you think? We would likely need a little help, as it might take a little more brass than I expected, but it should...
in theory, work.
Because I don't
have an entire ingot.
True. With my theory in my mind, the oil is basically just a coating that goes into the grooves of the rune as a channeler. The brass is a good conductor for earth magic. The rest is just fine details. And making sure the runes aren't broken. Do you think the forge could make something not too big, but in this design? I would make it myself, but it would be fragile and it would only work once. But if the forge made it, it could likely be used more than once and just simply by replacing the crystals. Should be a simple coiled bracelet with sockets for gems.
The only issue that I see is potentially the attachment points of the crystals might wear at the brass a little bit more than expected, though I'm sure it could be doable.
And that's why I asked the professionals. That's what they do. Is there a way to reinforce it with other metals that won't hinder the brass's effectivity and the conductivity of the mana? Like a core? I've heard of
yeah,
that.
I mean, it wouldn't necessarily even need to be. Or if you were to do any metals such as iron or something of the sort and just have the brass be not necessarily encased but laid on top of that spiral, still be able to conduct the runes while the main shape of the spiral.
Yeah, because in my design, the brass, the reason I need so little is because it's basically just a thin wire bracelet, or like, basically it's a really small item. It's, I guess it could
Think of it.
used as a coating instead.
It could be, or think of it much like a jewel on a ring. The iron would just serve to hold it in place.
Yeah. That too. Do you think you could make that quickly, or would that take a day?
It would.
Because if it would take a day, you can do it tonight instead.
It would probably
And we
take
can
a
look
day
at the
only
spirit gem.
because of how small it is. If it were something like a sword, that's easy. It's a general shape, but this is a shape. Much more time to be able to get
unique. Then I'll let you start that in the forge later tonight. I can keep the oil here. You can. I'll let you decide what to do with the brass. I think a coating would be the best, but I don't know how deep I'll need to put the runic engravings. So it might be good to also have a bit of brass left here, because I do have my own jeweler forge and materials that can let me melt lower temperature metals.
I'll see what I can do tonight.
Right. Then in that case, I think we can put a pin in that and we can go down to the fun part, the spirit gem. God. Need you.
Get your eyes here.
Holy shit, that was
Gem presents?
Oh god.
Right. Shit, I wasn't ready. That happened so fast. So, basically, we are all going to be looking at, the spirit gems, as Foxhound has called them. The crystals that have universal mana, but have like a runic symbol for an element on them. I'm not sure if you know about it, or if we need Foxhound. I don't know if they're here.
What are you attempting to do?
Basically just further look into it and study it. See what we can figure out about it. Beyond just the surface level, what it is and what's in it. Like, what was its purpose type thing? Like, what caused it to form in the veil? Why it... Because it's a universal mana gem, that shit valuable. At least the bare minimum of what I got already. And Foxhound told me that there would be more to look into for it.
I'm gonna swap out with Kappa, who knows more about this.
Hello.
Hello.
You're messing with a. Oops. Hello. Sorry, I was hot micing you aside. All right. Yeah, you're messing with the question. Are you touching with your bare hands?
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So. Because it's on the whole side, I'll give it a little bit of leeway on this one. So what happens is you feel your hands start to burn a bit, like it's hot.
Then
Yeah.
probably,
You can pull away without it really hurting you.
yeah. She'd pull away, and then she'd probably take out like some jeweler's gloves that are like lined for when she needs to work on like finer details with hot metal.
It still burns a bit, but not as bad.
What?
The crystal in front of you, at least, so sorry, the mana stone should say in front of you, bright glowing blue. The sorry, I just had it in my head. Actually, that being said, Arvis, just for the heads up on you thing, a ping goes off in your head because they said spine. Spine. You feel a draw towards it, something similar to the heart. That's all I'm going to say on that. I'll be right back.
Well, is everything all right?
Timing of me being here, I'm so sorry.
We found a spine.
There's more than one, correct?
But
We think it's magical. We don't know what it is.
I'm gonna okay.
So, excuse me. Yep. Let me get the definition. I didn't know you guys would mess with these things yet. Apologies. So, what you see in front of you, these pine these glowing blue. Yep, these glowing blue sphere in front of you. Almost looks like it's hovering off the table that sits in front of you. It does put off energy. As you did touch it, the fact that you felt your hands begin to burn, and with the jeweler's guild, that slight layer, it doesn't burn, but it still burns a bit. No one in here has mana scanning, do they?
I do.
You do. What level are you as? Expert. So you see the flow. Oh, okay. Then I'll say this. This is thing I forgot about this because you would have got this note on that fucking map. I'm so sorry I forgot about it.
It's fine. It happens. People can't remember everything on the sheet.
The thing you're looking in front of you is a swirling mass of mana, what you can tell. The flow for you is constantly circular, contained. And as you did go to touch it, the burning, you saw your mana being pulled from it. Not fast, not quick, and not like affinity based, like the mana itself.
Okay.
Every once in a while, as you do look at this, you see wisps of what looks like some mana, a little different, kind of dissipating off of the orb.
That is interesting.
As it sits, you see it kind of bob around. It's not moving anywhere, it's just floating. Very barely above the table. It almost kind of seems alive.
Okay. So, is it... Don't touch it. It took some of my mana. Not like... It's hard to explain. It took the mana itself. And it is in a... it's really weird. My eyes... I've enchanted it to be able to see mana, at least to be able to scan for mana, and it seems to just be a constant circular flow within itself. It's not letting anything off, nor is it... Well, I can't say that. It seemed that whenever I touched it, it took more, and it burned my hand a little bit.
So there's no marks, but that heat still lingers onto it.
It was like something just simply moving really fast against my hand. It's hot, but it didn't leave anything. It might be... There's also just these wisps on it. I don't know what they are.
Manner of speech, just so that I have everything connected. I remember hearing about... I don't know if it was vampires or something that can suck the mana out of somebody. Akin to that, just in a...
Kind of. I mean, the rune doesn't say that. The rune just says water. It also has a bluish tinge.
Next question: if it takes mana itself away, what for, and is there a limit?
Good question, actually. How defined is your I forgot how much mana expert does. I think expert can see affinity, can it not?
I believe so.
I'm double checking because you would notice this big difference. Because I would remember this note. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. It's not my easy to grab notes. Here it is. This is actually the best one. All right, actually, yeah. So you would be able to identify the wisps coming off it, all water, but what remains is not.
Okay.
You see a wisp hit the wall, water splits off, and the mana continues.
Okay, so basically it's kind of like expelling the specific element, but not. Okay. Does it seem like the mana, the universal mana, is creating water mana, or is it just water wisps just coming off of it in general?
The longer you stare at this, the more you can realize what's happening is that water rune inside is beginning to fade as the water itself is splitting off. So the water affinity itself is being, I guess, siphoned away, and mana is remaining. It's, in a sense, becoming pure. This is probably the brightest thing you've ever seen in terms of mana.
Oh yeah, I'm assuming it's doing the same thing to my dark and magma affinity.
Correct.
Which, holy
What you
shit!
felt.
Wait, Triel now knows she has a magma affinity by accident. She never knew that.
Also, side note, basically you looked at this thing and it went, think fast, chuckle nuts, as it got flashbang.
Pretty much, actually. That is 100% actually.
So, hey,
You've never seen a pure source. Yeah, you've never really seen a pure source like this. These usually don't exist.
Okay. I'm going to stop the scanning. It seems I looked at it as long as I could. It's blinding. The closest. It is pure mana.
And again,
and it is actively creating pure mana. It is. There is a rune. There is a water rune inside of it that is fading slowly as it turns it into pure mana. It's strange.
Steven, your boy is academically learned, right?
Artificially creating.
Okay, and the
pure
Travelers
mana.
is. One thing you would know is you've heard stories of stuff like this academically. The theories. Essentially, they say all bodies are made from mana, and it changes the affinity depending on where you live and your heritage. But all the other theories believe that we are all mana deep down.
my question, how much could it store? And if it were to reach that limit, it seems to just be sucking in, and if I heard it correctly.
Yeah, it's not expelling anything. It's in a constant loop with itself. The only thing it's expelling is the element itself, not the mana. It's basically creating... It's creating universal mana from mana.
No, in my studies I have heard of some theories that most people with affinities deep down are purely mana, and that they're influenced by where they're born. This could perhaps be something akin to like a clean source. Perhaps if enough of a certain affinity were put into it, it would latch onto it and become that.
Wait. just a random thought. None that has any real weight. We got these because we dug up the Soulstone taproot.
Yeah.
Not.
They were above. They were above bodies, right?
Petrified.
I
had to drill into every single one of them. Don't want to think about that anymore. However, could it be we are pure mana, and maybe with something to do with the veil, these are the remnants of whatever mana those poor souls were?
There is a chance that could be. This might be the very
So, yeah.
essence of a person's magic.
So your theory is this could be what happens when you die in the veil.
Perhaps.
In that way.
Well, I mean, we saw other bodies that didn't go through the process, and none of them had the Soulstone taproot inside of them. The only
Then
ones
maybe
that
it's the Soulstone taproot?
wouldn't know. I just it was a guess.
I mean,
I thought
another
this was just
possible
runic
theory
bits.
is perhaps this could be the cycle of someone passing on being interrupted.
It could be. Which
But
is
then-
concerning to think about, that we have 3 of them.
Not only that, but if this is the cycle of somebody dying, why is it called Anna?
Maybe
Hard to
it's
say.
trying to reform?
Oh, I just had to dig up petrified bodies. Okay.
My other thought is, as you said, it could just latch on to an element eventually, if given enough. But if it's just waiting for an element to latch onto to form,
Indeed.
and
If
a
it is,
person can't be pure mana.
if it is a person's essence, as theorized, it could indeed be like whatever affinity they have is being reset back down to its base, and so can be influenced again.
True, and they were all water, so either they're all from Suna, which we don't know, or they just happen to all have water.
Oh, bad idea. What if we have mana crystals? They are pure water energy. Exists mana that exists right on the coast. I don't know if it's a good idea, but if it's looking to take in pure mana, and we know that it's water.
It took both of them. I didn't even try to channel anything into it. It just did.
If we put it next to a crystal, I don't want to do it, but questions.
It doesn't seem to do anything if I get close to it. It's just if I touch it. So with my mana scanning, I can see that the wisps are just that they're floating off of it, going off and hitting walls, creating water and disappearing. It's quite literally purifying itself, essentially, getting rid of any element in it. So unless we can overpower it with another element or give it water back, we could do. There's 3 theories here in my head. 1, it becomes a gem of that element. It disappears, or it does the weird scenario of becoming a person with that affinity. Or my third thought is maybe it develops or latches onto an affinity and becomes a spirit. Maybe this is how spirits come into existence outside of their gates? Or they get forms?
This then would be, I guess, a metaphorical egg. If the last one were.
Yeah, I mean, both the second and third one, if they were the case. It's weird to think that people would come from eggs, though, that aren't certain beastkin.
So it wasn't hard to imagine. And I guess then, off of those here, I have another one that's a worry in the back of my mind of maybe it just eventually gonna put on itself. Know where to contain it, but we're not gonna talk.
That is true, but it doesn't seem to be taking anything from the air, so we don't need to worry about that. At least, unless someone does it intentionally.
So we're not giving this to Otto, correct?
Yeah. I think I'm going to ask, could be after we've thought of these theories and the possibilities, there are the obvious weird situations we could run ourselves into. Do we want to experiment with it? If those other possibilities, being an egg, or otherwise, do we want to try? Or do we want to essentially feed it mana slowly and see what happens over time?
Oh,
as that seems the most humane way of dealing with it if it is an egg.
It does seem at the very least the safest.
The only issue that this is a person's or mana or a part of them. If we mess with it, are we in theory messing with supposed person? And if we are, what does that mean for it? Is it going through torment or is it not? There are a lot of questions. Personally, I kind of want to see where it goes if we charge it, but maybe away from town in case it does.
Then, if we're all okay with experimenting with it in okay-ish ways, we don't want to destroy it, obviously. We won't intentionally destroy it. Nothing on purpose to break it. We won't. If we see it overcharging, we'll relax it. I'll keep an eye on it as best I can. But what if we do this? We have 3. We keep 1 as a control. Just see what happens when it finishes expelling the element. Just see if it does anything unique. If it disappears, if it becomes something, or just nothing. And then we can experiment from there. This one, we could try and feed the same element. Give it water. Try and keep it on water and maybe make it into... See what happens when it goes from universal to back to water fully. Just... Or see if it will keep doing its process of getting rid of that element.
Right.
The other one I want to try is giving it a different element. See if it will overwrite it. If it will go from water to something else. Something safe, like maybe wind.
So, well, wind's tricky, but it's safe.
It's the safest compared to water.
Alright, I feel like that would be an option, and I could already map up some ideas of how to connect it. So it needs a direct connection, correct? To...
It seems like it. It doesn't take it unless I'm touching it.
So we
it even goes through my gloves slightly.
We could do then is if I built something kind of almost like a cage, stay inside and maybe have a couple of pieces of metal with whatever runes, whether it be water or air, touching the stone and then having crystals attached to it so that charging rune is feeding it mana, a relatively safe way to charge it. So I would want it in case something.
We would probably want to have. It's going to be expensive, but it'd be worth it. We'd probably want to have it in a box that we can activate a stasis rune on at a moment's notice.
And
Just
then
in
if
case,
something
if
does
it
happen,
overloads.
yeah, we could eject that. That part wouldn't be too. It would be ejecting the crystals themselves.
Yeah, essentially. We can, once it's in stasis, we can figure out what to do from there. If we let it just, if we can't get it out, we just let it explode somewhere. Or if it is going to, or we quickly take it out of stasis and drain it with someone, but I don't know if there's anyone that can. We would need someone of the same affinity most likely and to use it, but I don't know if it can be used, which is another thing we need to properly test. If we're okay with it, is it usable? Because it seems to only take.
Well, if we overload one of them with air, I could potentially use it. But that's
Are you
if
willing to
it
risk
works.
that?
There's a lot of things that
Because it could blast you back or really far in the air.
It could also completely tap me with my mana all at once. So, I mean,
Didn't do it
it's a
too fast.
risk.
I'll say that.
I'd say it's
But then again,
worth
I do
it,
have a lot of mana.
especially.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. It would be worth it, especially if it's somebody who at least somewhat understands. I know there are other people who probably have affinity would be able to.
What is her name? Lily, I think, is the one that follows around Evie. I think that's her name. Lily. I've heard that she can drain mana. Perhaps they can take from these if they overload. If they wanted to. It would also make them so they don't have to take from other people.
A renewable source.
It would be. It hopefully would be renewable. It would also be universal.
That all depends.
It does. If the
Good day.
drain beats hers, that is the other issue. Hello.
I have another experiment for you. When you were free.
Soon.
You're the one that tried to give me a ring of nightmares. Do not say uh-oh.
I didn't make it. That was Snowball made that one. It wasn't on purpose. It was meant
Right.
to be a ring of. It was meant to be a ring that makes you happy, but somehow they fucked up the rune. Snowball did, and it became a ring that induced nightmares. Or at least it was supposed to just induce fear based on what the rune said, but apparently it did nightmares for people that were more susceptible.
Oh dear.
Okay. So, would the forward steps from this now be coming up with kits that can contain them and them proper element?
Right. So how do we want to start the testing? Or would you like to make those safety elements first?
I would say make the safety element. If it's storing mana and my fear is much like the crystal. We know what happens when they explode.
It's volatile.
And this thing seems to, at least we don't know if it has a limit. So if it were to break or something were to happen to it could be rare.
Then, if we want a stasis box, I will need a good amount of ruby dust and coal dust. And that should be it.
Alright, so we can work on the stasis box.
A little bit of ruby left, but not enough for two. Not enough. I need enough for two.
Is there a specific metal that conducts water more effectively? Brass or air?
A good go-to is usually gold. It conducts all of them better, but gold is better with lightning. I believe for water it's a silver-ish metals. It's not steel, it's metals that are more... It is surprisingly very simple. It's basically metals that are colored toward the element. Usually. For lightning it just fits because gold is just more conductive. It also is good with copper. Water is good with cobalt and other bluish metals that have a blue tinge. So silver would technically be good. Quicksilver.
Right, I don't know how much we have of it, so I would, if we wanted to make this sturdy, could use something like steel as the base, but have just, I guess it would be nearly like prongs to a fork attaching to the sphere with
what we basically want is I think what we need is an inner layer of the cage that is connected magically to the gem that will when needed can activate stasis. If we don't have it charged, we have nothing on it, nothing at all, because it'll likely just drain it anyway. We need to carry a gem with us at all times to be ready to power the stasis whenever we need to, in the moment. And it now brings up the concern I have of as soon as we do activate the stasis, it is likely, if it doesn't work and it doesn't stop it, it doesn't stasis it, the gem possibly can just drain the runes of mana, and eventually we're on a timer at that point. That is the thing we need to worry about. And then what I think we should do is have a middle layer that separates that inner layer with the runes and the outer layer, so that no one touching it accidentally puts their own mana into the gem through conductivity or anything like that. Have something that's non-conductive in the metal.
That could be done with a couple of things. Clay itself, but that also comes up with its own technical elements.
It could be fragile.
There is a potential.
We could use a solidifying stone, something like what is it? Like some is. I think it was like not the construction worker. I think they called it some kind of material that solidifies when in air or so. Or like I don't know, like when it's put next to water. I don't remember. It's like a powder that becomes solid. That's as strong as bricks.
Well, I mean, we could do that, or there is a technical third option. So, in London, there are these plants, flowers specific, that through an alchemical process, they're harvested and turned into called rubber. A lot of Linden's technology and even some of the stuff that we wear uses this rubber as it's an insulator to specifically light. So it could potentially be an insulator to this. However,
so essentially it might be non-conductive for mana.
Might be, but the issue
we could test it if we get it.
Would be getting the fly. How would we get?
We would either need. There's two options here. We get some traitor to go and get it somehow through some miracle, or we get someone to go to Linden and get the flower that makes it and see if it can grow here.
I would really not second option because it's somewhere I have to. Okay, yeah, I think that's probably the best option, and that's to say if it could work. Actually, I could call God real.
I mean, yeah, because you probably know.
I probably know if it would work.
This is a lot of hoops to jump through.
Hey. A lot of hoops to jump
But
through.
I mean, that tends to happen with this type of thing.
What's up?
A capo question. So, Juniper knows a little bit about how Linden uses rubber to prevent them from getting electrocuted with specifically lightning, because the inside of his arm uses it of rubber to so. He also knows that it comes from a plant specifically within Linden. Would he be able to? Would it be knowledgeable to see if he would know if it's resistant to other runes, specifically form of mana? Like, would it resist the effects of the orb taking mana?
You would not be able to tell. You know the fact that it comes from Linden, and it's something specifically that Linden makes. It's something that's only made over there. Without having an actual stuff in your hand, you wouldn't be able to tell the extent of what it is. Though you realize that Linden only really deals with it with electric stuff, or lightning, per se, I should say.
There's also a really bad option. Hey, Capo, I'm gonna do something. All right. Because there is a little bit of rubber. Juniper is going to take his arm off.
Alright.
He is going to set it down, take the little bit of rubber that connected his arm to the device, put it on his hand, and touch the orb.
Alright, you're touching the orb? Okay. Well, your feathers immediately start warming. Your feathers start warming up immediately as you feel. And are you looking?
Yeah, cheat check.
You see the mana pretty much disappearing from his arms into the orb, and the wind basically bouncing off. So it's separating itself. And the harder you hold it, the hotter. Yeah, the longer you hold it, the hotter your hand gets.
Yeah, it's like touching a hot stove.
Okay. Alright.
So I'm just going to. So that gave me a bit more detail in it because it wasn't myself and it was a bit longer. While it was taking your mana, it was only taking the mana. Your wind affinity was just bouncing off.
Well, that is interesting indeed.
It's almost like he was rejecting it entirely.
Yeah, but do you have a second affinity? I actually should ask this.
Oh yeah, clay.
Okay, no, they both bounce off.
Okay.
I'm assuming water wouldn't, but fair. Understood.
Get to find out.
Wait, did my dark and what happened to my dark and with dark and magma for me?
They both would bounce off.
Got it.
That felt painful and also weird, and also I don't know if I like this thing.
So, my dark and apparently I have magma bounced off of it. Your wind and clay bounced off of it. Do we want to test the other entities?
We could
See what
test.
does take?
Isn't there a proxy and a sub-element of water?
There's ice.
Wait, isn't clay a sub-element as well? Isn't it the...
Somewhat. They're still, in a way, their own elements.
It is, yeah, it's its own element still, but it is technically in between earth and water.
So I don't know if ice would work.
I think that our best bet for trying to prove the theory of whether or not it is a raw soul, as it were, it would be best to test it with the water, that if enough is put in, if it actually takes the water, or if it will expel that as well.
Then I'm going to be right back. I've been keeping this one here, but I'm going to keep a crate, a small box. This is going to burn for probably a split second. Put a glove on. This is going to suck, and it's going to fuck with the experiment on one of them, but it's fine. She'll quickly just move them into the box. Right, I'm going to put one of these upstairs in a jewelry box and let it do its thing, and the other two, one will experiment with, and the other one will be when we figure out what mana it can take, if it takes an element at all, if we feed it and see what happens. As for this one, this will be our experiment. This is the one we messed with. This is the one that's going to be tested. Basically, the way I'm putting this is control.
Welcome back.
Testing. Experiment. In other words, proper planning. This one doesn't have any planning, we're just doing shit. Until it works. Sound good?
Yeah, I'll sketch up some ideas to see what we can...
You have ice, yeah?
I have ice, yeah.
Do you want to be the first test?
Yes?
Well, we could try it with a crystal.
We could. I do have a few, but I only have one of each. I don't exactly have a lot.
The water crystals...
I'm
not hard to...
It's fine. I need to just...
Basically what we learned is the gems, as well as spirit gems, soul gems, what do we want to call them? What do we want to call them?
I feel like respect to them coming from bodies, spirit gems is accurate.
It is apt for now.
We'll go with that. The spirit gems, as we will now call them, seem to be draining, but not expelling. It seems to reject elements, but take pure mana. When I watched through my expert mana, my scanning, them touch the gem, it took their mana, but it would reflect their affinities.
Oh.
Basically, we're seeing if it takes to any of them. It's up to you. We could just use it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm down. Just give it a go.
What's your affinity?
Oh, you're here.
Well, I mean,
I thought you left.
I have ice and wind, so.
Ice and wind?
I mean, I can try ice first. I'm gonna. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
When you touch it, I'll tell you what happens. Don't worry, it's when you touch it.
Should we...
The thing cold is the funny part. As you touch it, obviously your hand starts to heat up. Feels like it's burning.
Ow.
The longer you hit it, the worse it gets.
What does it look like?
Feel what you see as the mana pulls through, as you see both his ice and wind bounce off, but the mana gets pulled in.
Okay.
So you see, essentially, I guess the best way to look at it is, and I'll do this in my hands so it makes it easier. You're watching the mana go like this, and then it hits a filter.
It's a light prism. Yeah, it's a light prism.
It's hit.
It's basically
Yep.
the pure white mana is going in, like, is how I say it. The pure white mana, not light. But the pure mana is going in, and everything else is being rainbow prism that bounced off.
I will say this. One of the things that's interesting for you. Not once during anyone touching this has the color, has it gotten brighter, has it gotten dimmer. It just hasn't changed.
So, does it seem like it's gained mana, though? Like, at all? Besides that?
You can't tell.
That's a large pool. Okay. if it's even okay, understand.
And scary nonetheless.
I will
Because
remember
the
the
larger
fact
the
that
pool,
you
the
see
bigger the.
wisps still falling off of pure every once in a while.
Right. Yeah, she's currently holding it in a jewelry box.
Yep.
Um.
As long as it's inanimate.
Right. So, based on what I could see, you're fine. It drained your mana, but your ice and wind affinities bounced off of it. Like, have you seen prisms, like light prisms? Like that.
Yeah.
It's like a it's like a rainbow. It just bounced off. It's been doing that for every affinity I've seen so far, even dark.
Which ones have you
Apparently I also have magma.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, we've tried clay, wind twice, ice, dark, and magma. Everything else we've not tested yet. It has water wisps falling off of it, so our theory currently, with all the bouncing, is we think it will take water, but it's not certain. We're likely going to test every single one, even if it does take one.
So it might take water, but then it takes pure mana from all the others, potentially.
It also could take another mana, as one of our theories is it could be trying to create something new. And it's basically already decided on its affinity, it's just trying to clear the other one.
And so, from this point, while we test which elements it can take mana, I was thinking of potentially making some sort, I guess, a box that can charge one of them with just water. Have it touch something with runes and charge it with crystals, and see how much mana it can take. See what happens when it does so. It accepts.
Basically, we keep it in a failsafe box.
We need to try it with water, because we found it. It was found on the bodies, wasn't it?
Do we want to
Yes.
get someone with water affinity, or do we want to get a water crystal?
I would say the crystal,
Maybe
personally.
try with both.
I would say the crystal.
Crystal is safer, but it could also not drain it, because it seems to not bother inanimate objects.
Well,
we can test it, obviously.
If it doesn't interact with the inanimate objects, maybe because they're not being charged. For instance, if say we
Then
had a
let's
prong.
go to the water crystals, test it there, and then if it doesn't work, we can find some water affinity.
Maybe we break off
You
a
said-
piece of the crystal.
Yes, that's what I
There's
mean.
also
We
the
go
dist-
get.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I wasn't going to touch it to the big ass crystal.
I just
Break out the
I wanted
entire
to be-
thing.
Are all three of them
Because there's a
different
chance that it will break.
affinities written on this?
I believe they are all water. Triple check.
Okay.
I'm not going to call God. I'm just going to go and ask in their ears because it's easier.
Fair enough. But,
but
these runes were found on the bodies, though.
Yes,
So
I
potentially
theorized that they might be the
might
leftover
clear in-
mana.
It might be from the bodies, because if the people that the bodies were from were potentially water affinity users,
The
the
other weird
water
part
drips
is that
could be.
they were petrified. That doesn't happen. You don't just petrify.
Yes, we were discussing that perhaps it is the interrupted process of someone passing on. Perhaps their mana remains back behind. So it could be trying to purge itself to become a open mana source anew, to take on a new affinity. So I'm very curious to try the water specifically to see if it will take it to perhaps recharge it back to what it used to be, or if it will continue to go through the process until it is pure.
So, looking at them a bit more closely now with my eye, they all look blue, so excuse my confusion at first, but this is fire, this is wind, and this is water. We've only been touching the water one.
I'm just... I'm right here.
That certainly works.
Alright.
Oh god! Okay.
I
didn't want to...
I mean, we are a bunch of mad fucking scientists.
We are mad scientists. Hope it doesn't explode. It's just...
Experimentation comes with a risk.
It does. It's the center
It's
one.
nice
is
knowing
wind.
you all. At least it's wind. It could have been worse.
It could have been worse. It is yellow. Yeah, it could have been the fire one.
Yeah, right. This just said
we
a
have
weak
two of the
side
safest
bomb.
elements and then fire.
Imagine if there was a clay one and it just fills the whole.
We've been Han Solo'd.
It's like they dig us out, and it's like the Han Solo frozen carbonite just. Again,
do we want to go somewhere else to do this?
Yeah, we might want to go somewhere.
It would be a good
Instead
idea.
of my shop.
Yeah, maybe our home.
I'm
isn't the
gonna
best.
take some of my. Here, you want to hold it? It's a jewelry box. Like they're all put into like the soft pads. Also, you'd see that it's floating above it, hovering as if it's alive.
As you look at the books,
I'm
the
gonna
ones
go
that pretty
get
much
some
kind of just
supplies
float just above the material, but they're kind of following the material, so it's odd.
Yeah, we're just gonna say it now. Knowing that there is one for water, one for air, and one for fire, we are going. Juniper is specifically gonna touch the air one. I think we're gonna move before we do.
I will say this, and this is one thing, and you would notice this. As they're sitting there touching each other, they're not reacting like you think multiple magics would.
Oh. Oh.
Usually, you know, if you put a fire and ice crystal next to it, they explode. Yeah.
Holy
Not.
shit.
Holy shit! They're universal. That's right. They can touch each other.
Right.
Did you give?
Did
Did
you-
you? Funny. If not, it's really-
Did you just fucking did you just give me a way to make fucking circuits? What the fuck?
Yes and no.
But
You don't understand how these things work yet. So perhaps.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Shall we
Yeah,
move
right.
while I
I'm
go
excited
touch the
now.
wind one?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go. Let's
Let's
go
go-
towards the veil, like out, not in it, but towards that direction, somewhere open.
Yeah, let's not stand underneath any like rocky
Then
arches,
let's
'cause
go.
that feels like that might be a bad idea.
Don't run into me. Move. All right.
How are they?
Did I? No. I thought I locked God in. Yeah, it is.
God has his escape routes.
He does. He can just go through walls. Right, so do we want to test this somewhere open, somewhere no one will be, or somewhere close to the affinity, which would be anywhere for wind?
If it's wind, I also have a tent that's on a pretty high point of mountains here.
That might be the best option.
Well-
Well, unless it launches you. Which
I can
you'll both
fly
be
if it
safe. I'll be safe. I can turn into a shadow. I don't think he will.
It's just they are at a very far distance.
Well, you said that the amount that it takes at a time is small, correct?
Yes, it doesn't seem to take it quickly.
Unless we are anticipating Juniper standing there holding it for a good 10 minutes, it should be fine.
True, it's just precautions. But I did notice one thing to point out. Even with all the draining that Van did, it didn't seem to increase in how much was in it. Or decrease. At all. It was still the same amount. Like nothing changed.
That makes me question so much more, because where does it go?
Also, they're touching each other.
Oh. Oh. Huh.
They're different elements.
We haven't
How's
blown
the
up.
fuck? I didn't even know they were different elements at first, because they were all blue.
Well,
I wouldn't.
there is the potential that they're simply powered down to a small enough level that it wouldn't have them react.
Well, I mean,
True.
also, but
Actually,
it's the
if we could...
opposite effect. It's taking mana,
Yeah.
right? The reason
So
that
they're not
crystals-
reacting to each other.
And if we put
At
mana
all.
crystals together, they're pure mana. They want to release the energy. That's why they explode. Or mess around with each other. If they're taking...
So if we can figure out how these gems work, we can create so many things. We can create multi-mana affinity circuits and runes. Runes that utilize 2 affinities to make fun. We can actually create the combined affinities, as well as create things that 2 affinities combined could make, such as hot water, fire and water, because they hate each other. But if we can figure it out, we can make it. We could make runes that create water and warm it up at the same time, without separating the links like we have to now.
I also potentially wonder if we could also use it to, I guess, charge crystal cells. I mean,
True.
they dissipate at some point.
The only issue with that is they take. If we can manage to figure out a way to make this gem give, based on the fact that it hasn't changed at all in mana level, it makes me theorize that it might be an infinite source. Or at least a
That
constant
conflicts with-
source.
That conflicts with so many different things
It
that have been
does.
taught.
I'm aware. This is why it's a theory.
That's why we got
The scary scenario is that it is infinite. And that's that is concerning.
That's concerning if anybody else has
The
them.
other theory is it's a void. It's deleting the mana. It's getting rid of it. It's taking it but not using it.
Hey, Arvis.
It's similar in nature to when we harvest the crystals, isn't it? We over-harvest them, it takes out the mana in the area.
Not only that, but also remember the shield idea I had when the death laser was made?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the exact thing that we were looking for? Something that could take it? When the... didn't officially say this, but when that project was worked on, had some ideas of does become weaponized, we might need something that can be able to take in a great amount of mana.
That would exactly what we need, just on a larger scale.
All right, let's go to my tent. I guess.
Yeah, let's go. We keep stopping.
Jeez. Okay. Okay.
We're really easily distracted by theories. But I love it.
Yeah, it's very easy. It happened when, you think too much.
I think too much. So, specifically where we're going to be going is right up there. We are leaving them behind. They're slow.
Sorry,
So,
we noticed the veil stretched a bit, but whatever.
what, it stretched a bit like it landed?
The grass in the cave, in the overpass is a bit darker than usual, similar to that in the veil.
Not gonna worry about that right now, so we're just gonna be
Yeah,
going
same. I said
all
the exact same thing.
We're
Yeah.
gonna go up.
Alright, lead the way.
That's a later us problem.
That's an Elisande problem, that's what it is.
That's a good point. Wait, we really did just take the long route here, didn't we?
I think we did.
I guess welcome to the humble abode.
It is certainly humble.
Oh, you should see it at night. You get to see all the crystals. It's alright.
Right. So, shall we test?
Yeah, I would say. Should we separate them from each other and just isolate the one, just in case?
That would be wise.
Hold on. Takes out. So yeah, this takes out a small jewelry box, takes a ring out, puts it away.
Oh boy.
She's
Standing in a
sep-
fucking triangle with this? Hang on, sorry. I'm
What?
sorry. In a triangle like it's about to be a ritual. I apologize.
No. So just put it so you're aware. She took a small ring jewelry box, took the ring out, obviously, and just quickly, as fast as possible, took the wind one, put it on top of that one, and then they're holding it separately from the other two.
So is it touch? Yeah, it's touchy. So I'll say this one thing: as much as it's in your hand, the Bobat hand, prosthetic hand, you feel a pull, but you can't feel the burning.
No,
But
I
it's in the box.
put it. It should be. Yeah, it should be floating on over top of a box right now.
Okay, no, it's fine. As
In
long as it's
a
in the
box.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch it.
You're gonna touch it?
Yep, I do.
You doing
I
with
have
one
an air
finger?
affinity. For now.
I'm just at, this is make a difference. Maybe, perhaps.
Perchance.
Perchance.
Touch it. I can't wait to see what happens.
You explode. I'm just kidding.
You die on the spot instantaneously.
It's the ash,
Sorry,
baby.
new character.
So, you feel the burning as before. Not as bad, but it's still burning. And it's still burning. And the longer you hold it, the more burns it burns. So, sooner or later, it's going to scar your finger feather.
Finger feather.
Trio, what you saw was the mana went in, the wind and all, and as it spun in, the wind got thrown out. But the mana stayed. The wind thing is different to the fact that it took the wind for a bit.
Yeah,
and then
it
kind
took
of
it.
threw out, but left the mana behind.
Hurts.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess it gave us something. It took the wind, everything else got bounced off, but then it spun around a little faster within the gem, and then just kind of threw it out. So, the filter took it in, but didn't keep it.
I don't know if this has anything to do with it. Ow, my finger. It hurts. Whenever we touch it, it burns.
One note for you, actually, because you are with.
Oh, it's raining.
It's now raining. That's not important.
We did this.
As you did touch it, you felt a very weak connection from wind to wind. Not like a
God,
I'm one with the orb, but you felt like a kinship there for a split
No,
second.
make it that.
I'm going to do
it.
something really stupid.
If you
Fuck
eat it,
yeah.
I swear to God.
I'm
What?
going to full hand grab it.
It is still going to burn. It is.
Okay,
not. You
but
feel the
like-
kinship as pretty much it is. And I'll say this because he full hand grasped it. Triel, what you did see was it took his mana, it took the air, and then threw the air back into him. It took the mana portion out of it. So you had a very weakened air affinity and come back to your body.
That probably felt weird.
It's like an extended circuit. Like you felt it for a brief second as it went in. And
No, no, it's like he put like it's like the way I see it is he put a cool, nice breeze in, and they threw back a fucking hot wind.
Essentially. So
It's
the
like,
weird thing
no.
about when you touch it is the fact of it almost when you did it, it felt like an extension of yourself despite the pain, but it felt like an extension of the magic as it was kind of like moving the wind. But what you were getting back or feel like getting back was not what you were taking out of it. So you were getting less out of it.
Okay, two things. It still burns.
I figured.
It burns like hell.
I got that one. Go ahead.
But there's
One other
What
thing
else?
is that I rolled to do it and I rolled for 2 on it. Your hand, it's going to, nice. Your hand,
Thanks.
It has, when you look at it, has weird blisters in a sense to it. Not like burn blisters is the weird part. Like your hand doesn't look burnt, but it's definitely blistering up.
It's like wind burns. Kinda.
okay. Well, this is new.
Oh. Ow.
When I touched it, I guess the feeling there was a draw to it, almost like I should necessarily be touching it. Not that I needed to, but there was a connection, I guess. It hurt. I am now scared that my hand's gonna permanently look like that, but there was something. I pull, a draw, some sort of connection.
I see. So.
And it still pushed it out.
Yeah, but it was a bit different this time. It took all of the mana, but then sent the affinity back into you. Like forcibly.
That I was weird.
Never experienced that before. Or affinity coming back into you after using it.
Well, it it could still be a side effect of it trying to purify itself.
Yes, it could. And using a crystal would have. And seeing this now, using a crystal would have two possible effects in my eyes. It takes it and does the same thing, or it takes it and because of how it treats the mana, it could send it back and blow it up.
So,
basically causing an explosion due to the return mana.
Do we think then, if we want to charge it with specific crystal, we could have something attached to it with another set of runes that hopefully can direct it? Like, in a way of... I don't know, like... This is completely different than anything that I know about.
Is the fact that it's even rejecting its own affinity? I think one of the things we can do from this is see how it handles the purifying method, and instead of trying to feed it, maybe just watching it, seeing what it does, and seeing what we can use them for. Because and maybe trying to make a way that we can utilize the mana within it that it is taking. Because we have essentially found if we can use it to give mana to things, we have found a universal battery that anyone could put mana into, of any affinity, and charge anything.
Well,
I guess to put it in a very dumb, simplest perspective, it is a universal crystal charger.
I think we should
Perhaps.
be careful. I've worked in sports long enough to know that this isn't normal. This isn't. It burns,
I guess,
but it's not a burn.
Yeah, it's strange. Like, yeah, it would be difficult to use, but if we could find a way to utilize it, we may have the ability to take crystals we have abundance of, and if we can figure out a way to turn pure non-affinity mana into an affinity, we could take crystals we have too many of and possibly make crystals we don't have any of. Within reason, obviously. It would be dangerous still. But I think for now we should figure out if we can utilize it in any way at all.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we still want to work on? Should I still work on like some design to see if it?
Yeah, because we should test a constant flow. Because obviously we can't do that with people.
Yes.
As Vincent's busy, I have no time to ask. Do you know how much a cannonball is worth?
Depends what would you want it to be made out of? Is it just iron?
The standard of what we have. I just want to pay for it if I'm going to use them. Unless somebody decides to try to retrieve them from the bottom of the coast.
Probably a few copper or potentially even silver, depending on the complexity of it. Because there's different types.
Understood. Where are the expenses? Thank you.
Alright. Then, for now...
Was there a difference between when you touched it with one finger and when you touched it with a hand? Was there a difference in how it felt?
It still burnt, but the connection, I guess, felt more solidified.
I kind of want to be like us.
There was also a difference in mana flow. It seemed to, instead of sending it out randomly, it sent back into you. Probably because you had more surface area. It couldn't send it out, it could only
What
send
if
it
I
back
grab
into
it
you.
with both hands?
You're none of the... Oh, right. No, you're Vind.
Vind, yeah.
You could try?
Feeling,
But
I'm
I
feeling
don't
reckless.
know, but would you be... What would you be aiming to get? Would you be aiming to see if you can connect to
Well,
it,
I mean,
or
if,
just...
if it, yeah, I mean, if you've got more of a
See if
connection
you
with
can-
your hand instead of one finger, then maybe if I complete a sec. Give me this box to hold a second. I want to test.
Go ahead.
Capo in the background.
It
like,
seems
"You
to,
fucking idiots."
it seems to only burn you in a...
I'm having fun. Don't mind me.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
I was about to say in the background, like, these fucking idiots. Let's.
Experimentation requires action.
With both hands.
It does. Otherwise you get no better.
Right. It is begins burning.
Ow, ow.
Trails and things just to make it visual and you can see it. You pretty much see the mana pitching going up there and then going to the ball, swirling, and it's making
So it's
a
a circuit.
It's become
Hold on.
a circuit. But every time you see the mana here, it is less. What's coming here is brighter. This is less. So it's not
so
saving returns.
it is draining. It seems to be inefficient. It's an
Also, what you
inefficient
by the way,
way of
the longer
making
you
a
hold this, the
circuit.
more it is.
Yeah,
burn
yeah.
and burn. So yeah. Oh, that's a D20. D12. I need a D20.
It's a D12.
Let me roll.
Hold on.
Fuck no. You know what? You got natural 20. It is hot, but you do not have the same blisters that our bird friend had.
Damn. Nice.
Look, you son of a bitch. No, just kidding.
So, that was actually really helpful.
Alright,
That
so I will say
explains
this.
something. Yes.
Sorry, no, that's why, because you would have felt this. You would have felt like a weird kinship with the orb. Basically, like, same affinity situation, but then it kind of like. It was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Does that make sense? It was pulling you in and then pushing you out.
It's literally the fucking flower situation. I like them. I don't like them. I like them. I don't like them. Fuck you. Go away.
Essentially. And I'll actually say this because you were basically dead for looking at this, and you look at that thing, that wind symbol was basically fading and coming back, fading, then coming back, fading, and then coming back. And now it's kind of hit like a weird stable point again.
Huh.
It just almost looks a little bit lighter. Like it's not as bright as it was before, or not as solidified as it was before.
It
Okay.
felt right. It felt like it accepted me, but also it rejected me. It's like, it was weird.
Yeah,
It was, but
So, that gave me a lot more information. You using both hands created a mana circuit. It would take mana from your left hand, go into the place, swirl around a bit, and then when it left, it would go to your right hand, but it would be dimmer? Basically, it seems to be an inefficient circuit that can take any mana, or any affinity. At least, well, it can take one affinity and do that. It also seems to be a safe to touch. This may be a way for us to create circuits, granted inefficiently, that are touching other elements.
Well, if it is
Makes it
dimmer,
weaker.
does that mean that if someone were to hold on to it long enough, it would siphon away their affinity?
Probably not their affinity, because it gives the affinity back. It would probably just drain them dry of mana till they pass out.
what's the bad idea?
Not that I'm going to. Just the mind ponders what would happen if somebody were to be able to resist the burn and just keep holding on to it for an extended period of time. Because it connected. You know the feeling.
Yeah,
I wonder if held too long enough, maybe the reason it's rejecting it doesn't have enough time to solidify itself as what it wants to be. So if given enough time with a specific infinity, maybe.
True. My accent fucking decided to change. I mean, is there anyone that we know that can hold it for extended periods of time? Like, not feel the pain, the burning won't hurt them? Anything of the like?
Technically, my arm is made of metal, and I could also cover it in clay because one of the abilities my affinity grant me was to do so. Not that I want to, because I feel like I would. But
it might. Because not exactly a fire burn, nor is it an affinity burn. Do you think a spirit could hold it?
That's a good question.
Purely of that affinity.
What if we have fire, wind, and water? Do we have a spirit in town that has either of those? I know Ori exists. He has clay. So that won't work. I don't know what CC is. So Dawn's fucking long gone. No idea where they are. I'm pretty sure they're fire. Are they fire or magma? I don't remember.
It's fire, I think.
God here.
Yeah, I'm watching the chuckles. See what you guys do next. What's going on?
Shut the fuck up.
I am going to put it just very gently on the other hand, and just for a little bit, poke it with.
Oh, it's sitting in your hand?
Well, not like it's in the box, but I'm gonna just very lightly tap it with the metal one to see, just to see if there is the burn and where it's located.
So box hand, okay.
Box is on this hand, touching it with metal.
Okay, yep. You don't really feel anything burning on this hand. Trail, you see a very, 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 very slow, weak attempt to pull mana this way. It's not going anywhere anytime soon.
It's trying, but it's being really slow through your arm. It's still, it's not even compatible yet. And it stopped.
So I'm resistant to it.
As it let go, it shoots right back in, yeah. It just plastic bands.
Ooh, okay.
That puppy felt a bit weird.
You mostly feel fine. This is what they see visually, is they see pretty much the mana just slap back into it because it's can't normally pass through inanimate that's not part of you technically.
Did that feel weird?
Oh, I feel fine. No burn.
Okay. Cause I just saw the mana just kind of shoot back into you. I wasn't sure if you felt it.
No. Does answer another question. Because if
inanimate objects don't do anything, or at least they're slow. So, you know what? Actually, maybe touch. You know what? I want to test it anyway. Touching it to a spirit has two possible effects. Either it doesn't burn them, and we're fine, or it could kill them.
Oh yeah, because they're basically all mana, aren't they?
Yeah. Just a bit. Had that realization.
So the next question is, do we want to kill a spirit? And if we do, where's the nearest spirit?
Where's the goddamn? Not even the who, just the closest person. Who do we see first? I would have laughed so goddamn hard if we all turned and there was a spirit right there.
You don't believe how hard I wanted to turn into a model of a random spirit.
I just imagine, ooh, let me help, grabs it, explodes.
They're dead!
It's the scene of the boys with translucent.
We gotta run. We gotta fucking run.
So, Capitao. Fuck.
Capitan.
What I have noticed, the two that we've been not touching at all, have they purified further at all, or anything changed with them?
No, there's all three are still this bright, glowing orb to your eye, but you do still see, even the ones you haven't messed with, you still see wisps of like the affinity, the fire, basically.
Okay. Does it seem like
slow.
it's going down at like a really slow rate, or is it just stable?
Because this will take several days over time, so you will see this over a few days.
Got it.
The affinity will soon disappear. Entirely.
Alright, I assume that it'll take a week based on what you just said. Or a little longer.
How long have these bodies been technically? Yeah, no, about a week, I'll give it that.
Cool. I wouldn't know that till a day later. Understood. I can't currently tell with the other ones.
Oh, in 2 days did you see him? Yeah, no, hang on, I forgot. You got him 2 days ago, technically.
Yeah, she's
you
been
would,
checking
you would
on
know.
them
You would know that
occasionally.
you would know that they look weaker than from the initial pull.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you would definitely know that.
Danke. So I can say one thing. The affinities, at least the affinities, they are getting weaker. Over the last 2 days, they haven't. Well, let's just say they look dimmer than they were the day we got them. I'd say if it continues, the affinity will be gone in a week, maybe? Rough guess?
I mean, does the one that we've just done the test with, does that look any brighter?
Does it?
Nope, they all look the same.
Nope. No, it hasn't changed. Ever since as soon as I woke up, I checked them, and I also saw them when we got them.
How about we try?
Look dimmer and haven't changed.
Should we try feeding them a
Even with
crystal?
Aussie testing. We could.
It's like the next test.
So which one do we want to feed the crystal? Fire or wind or water?
I say wind is the least.
Then what is the wind crystals?
Do we know if any wind crystals exist around here?
Also, do we have the tools on us to get it?
We do have tools to get that. Do we just have to know if wind crystals exist? Because I know there's earth, I know there's water, I know there's lightning, fire, and light inside the cave.
There's ice in the
dark.
cave as well.
And dark near.
Wind might be the one we don't have.
Imagine.
And we can always walk down to the beach and see what we got.
That would be up on the high mountains, most likely, so...
True.
So...
I could fly over and take a look.
That would expedite things.
That would. If we can go back to town, since we've realized it's not actually increasing or decreasing in mana.
Does anybody want to take this? I'll go scout around to see if...
You have Zipbox, so just put it back in Zipbox.
There we are.
We now know that your arm is safe to touch it. So.
Yeah.
It doesn't take it fast enough to matter.
Yeah, I don't know, I guess I was expecting to feel something, and I'm happy, but also weird that I don't feel anything. Didn't feel anything.
Yeah. Well, let's
They're
go
found on
back to
bodies,
the
so maybe
shop
they draw
and-
more to organic materials.
If you can put these down. So we're not, holding possibly life-draining objects at all times. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'll meet you back at the same place.
Yeah, just go to the shop.
Wait a second. It is chocolate.
Mr. Arvis, would you mind taking this for a moment? I would like to take a quick moment in the tavern.
Oh, yeah, that's all good. We'll just be at the shop.
Very good. I would also like to, a bit later, catch up on the events of yesterday, as I did miss a few things.
Oh god, it's a meeting. You need to tell me what actually happened. I assume it was just God yelling. Pretty much.
Good day. Pardon me. Yeah, we're gonna quickly run back to the tavern because I need to pee. I'm gonna grab a little bit of more water as well. Got some interesting discussion with these theories. Ooh. Always disorienting. But yes, I will be back in just a second. And we'll try and catch up on some of the events of yesterday. And there's a few other things that I'd like to get to today before we keep pressing on with all the magic business. So I'll see you in just a moment. Be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Test. Looking good. That bitrate is still on the lower side. I mean, that's kind of what it is. In truth, though, one second, let me take a quick drink. In truth, though, Aballister is the very scholarly-looking type and carries himself that way, he is much more interested in the practical side of experimentation and taking the leap rather than theorizing all the time. So he is chomping at the bit a little bit with all the discussion. But he's also only serving as assistant to Arvis at the moment, so he doesn't want to push things too far. Oh. Yeah, I think we should be good to go there. Let's do a quick recalibration. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now, let's get ourselves back out there. Let's try and help wrap up whatever... Whoa, what the... That was weird. I was like bouncing for... Yeah. I think it's the way these colliders are set up. They're like bouncing me upward. All right. We'll meet back up with them. Said they'd be back at the shop. Oh, there they are. Hello.
Maybe is that a unique
Oh.
companion? Who knows?
Possibly.
So do we want good news, bad news, or really fucking weird news?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, bad news. My arm seems a little bit slower after touching the orb. So
Doesn't your arm work on mana?
A little bit. It works on a shock rock. Basically the same concept as a lightning crystal. It's a little bit.
So maybe it drained it a little bit?
Maybe. Good news, there are plenty of air crystals, and I actually know exactly where they are. They are in the mountains. But that brings me to the weird fucking news. There's a tent there, but it looks like it's been lived in, but from a long time ago.
In the mines.
No, on top of the mountains. Do you know where the crystals on the side are, where the lightning crystals are?
Yes, I was actually just up there, and I was going to say, hey, anyone want to come look at it with me?
I was just, how did we not see each other?
Oh, no. I saw you, but you were below.
No, I mean where the lake is. On the side cliff.
Yeah, up there.
Huh.
Also, not like it looked like it was lived in, like the fire was yesterday, last night.
There wasn't a fireplace where I was looking at.
I mean, we could just go check it out and see.
Yeah.
Are there two?
We can leave as a gem here file.
Okay, it's the cave above the main Myvan cave.
No, it's the opposite
Isn't
side.
that Frey's tent?
Yeah, I think that's Frey's tent.
Do you know? I wish I had where the haunted house is. The down one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's on that side of the cliffside that the lake surrounds.
Okay. 2 different caves.
Yeah, there are a couple of bones there, like in there. There's also swimming place. It's not a cave. It's a tent. It's somebody lived.
Oh.
Like just a tent.
Okay, so you weren't in the cave.
No, I was on
Okay.
top of them. This stage is scared, and it doesn't stop getting
It
weird.
got really weird. But so I mean, we do need to get the wind crystals. That would be useful in general. But then we can check that while we're there.
Yeah. I looked for any notes or anything, see if there was a name to anything. Nothing. There's just claw marks, a couple of bones.
Oh, that's gonna be Creature's tent then.
Creature.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep, that might be Creature's tent.
Oh, does that
Yeah,
not
'cause,
make
like,
sense? That would
the-
make sense why
they-
there hasn't been a fire.
Yeah.
Seen him in the van.
He may have given. He may have dropped
Yeah,
the
also-
spine that he'd taken from the hair. That's with the ancestor now. To help him
Yeah, I heard about
come
that
back.
too.
Yeah. Okay, so we know whose tent that is now. So that's fine.
There also was something like big that was placed down, but then moved. I don't know.
Oh, that might have actually been the spine. The spine was big.
I'm
It's
gonna
like
go check
my
out
height.
the cave. You want to join?
No, unless it is something
Okay.
of actual
Well,
danger.
one mystery
and
solved. They're
in the
living
middle of
right
going to
next
go
to
start
a
testing of the
plethora
cannon.
of air crystals.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
It's not immediate danger.
Time to get.
What manner of danger?
I mean, it's a dark cave that at least I haven't been in.
I can at least show you it if you would like.
yeah. I
Or-
don't mind. It's going on around.
Yeah,
I don't like.
you can go do your thing though.
Do we potentially want
Alright,
to
let's see. I
grab
have to find these two.
the drill to at least get a little bit?
Yeah, that'd be probably a good
Are
idea.
you in the manner of
Yeah.
testing something right now? Both of you.
About to, but it'll take some time, so.
Yeah.
What do you need? I just come back here when you have it.
Got it.
I'll sit back
I'm gonna go check out the cave at least. I
Well, it's
haven't
mostly
seen
a
before.
fault of Arvis, but
So you know where I am.
planted the idea of cannonballs that have fire crystals inside of them
You good?
Yeah.
with magma runes placed on the outside.
They wanted earth and fire, and I said just go magma.
Well, I'd assume I needed it. So, for my limited understanding of yours field of expertise, something would have to be put in place to keep the fire crystals from colliding immediately. And then the fire crystals would activate upon impact and then trigger the magma runes, and the metal iron as a catalyst would help the shrapnel turn into magma. I spoke of it briefly with Thomas and Arvis. I was going to try to find all three of you to see if they can put this to proof. And Kai, since his expertise in seems to be more volatile.
Well.
Nope.
If you want to do it in the rudimentary way, you would just take the crystals, put them in a stable condition so that they don't rock around. But likely only one large one. Too many would just explode in each other. And then on an impact or large impact, the rune would deactivate itself And, well, obviously, you know what happened next. The crystal would shatter and break and explosion. Shrapnel. If you had a magma crystal, which I don't know if we have any here. We need to get that from Zol. Would, instead of exploding into a fiery ball, would instead explode into a splash of magma, probably melting the cannonball and whatever it touches.
I see. If I find Thomas, I'll ask him about it as well.
The last rudimentary way would be embedding the crystals into the cannonball with runes on it that are set to have a trigger of explode on second impact or third impact to ignore the first impact of the cannon's explosion.
Oh my.
I see. I'll prepare the ammunition. I'll have to go find the crystals.
Either fire or magma will work. Earth as well, if you want more shrapnel.
I see. Understood.
I'm sorry to bother you and everyone. I'm more than likely having a meeting to address these and everyone in this room, actually, quite honestly. I'll probably have a meeting to get the full details there, but I just wanted to let you all know that
Big drill coming through.
be careful. Please be careful at night. Long story short, the reason I turned out like this was because we had tried to go take out a coven of vampires. And we've just been informed that there was a survivor. There was an old crown, white mask, red eyes, heavy cloth, garb, and he was led to town last night. Myself and the guard are trying to prepare to deal with him as quickly as we can, but I feel it's important that everyone is informed, at least of the danger. And should we also inform the details of the night as well at a later date? Well, that's our reasoning. Yeah, for the sake of the town, but for the sake of honesty, and so the town is informed.
I'm likely to retire soon-ish. Probably after we get back from this. We take a break. So I'm probably not going to be out of night, and even if I am, I'm pretty good at escaping, especially in the dark.
If you see him, do your best to run away to camp. And if you can't find us, please let us know.
White mask and red eyes.
Yeah,
I'll keep it in mind.
Scythe
as well.
Oh, scythe. Interesting weapon choice, but fair.
I'll probably call a meeting in general to talk about the wider there, but I just want you to be aware at the very least.
Danke.
Oh. Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Have you seen Argos? Anyone?
Man, we're busy. We should open more. We should open
Last
more
time I
often.
saw them, they were just outside of
It's almost like that's why I hit the open sign.
Everyone's coming in.
It's weird.
Again, I'm sorry to disturb you.
That's fine.
Lieutenant,
Yes.
do you know if the captain would be in speaking condition today?
unfortunately, Tyrion is in... If... Speaking, I suppose, but... For the intents purposes, he needs to recover.
Of
So
course.
effectively, I'm acting captain in regards to that, until he can recover and be able to perform.
Very well then. I would like to set up a meeting with some of the members of the guard at some point to speak.
Certainly. Feel free to let me know whenever, either now or whenever it's convenient for you.
Of course. I will be assisting Mr. Arvis here with the experiments, but after that I should be free.
Of course. Feel free to let me know, or just... If you see the guardsmen, just let them know that you're looking for me, and they'll relay the message, alright?
Very good.
Alright, I'm sorry, I shouldn't delay any further.
It's fine. That was good.
No, I feel like, you know, we lock ourselves in tonight just to do work. Just do work.
Yeah. Right. Let's go get the crystal.
A clay,
Do
a bloodless
do
being
that
out at night.
last test, and I'm probably going to call it tonight. For myself, at least.
Oh God. We taking these with us, or
can leave them here.
Okay.
We
I'm
can
gonna
do it
stay out.
back here. Yeah.
Lovely.
Alright. So, good news is that we know exactly where they are. Bad news is we're gonna kind of have to climb, which I assume you guessed already. Or if you know, risk fly. Okay, well.
You can always just jump in the shuttle.
Do any of you know how to mine crystals? Asking.
I know how to work with them, not mine them.
Okay, well, I'll give a brief later.
I've always been interested to learn.
I've had to chip off a piece of a larger chunk, but never from the source.
Yeah. So, you know how mana is, in a manner speaking, just energy, right?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Takes different forms, it does so on and so forth, and we know that if exposed to enough pressure, it can explode. Well, it's because with the tools that we have currently, like normal pickaxes, stuff, when they're struck, they kind of have a frequency or a resonance when they're struck. And if it doesn't match and throws it off, that's what causes the crystal to explode. So, the idea behind this is that this metal resonates a little bit better with the crystals, but if you're not careful, they will still explode. Okay, is there a way to walk up? There's kind of a way to walk up.
Oh dear.
Please do be careful.
Still seems to be a little bit slick from the rain.
Yeah.
Good day, Lieutenant.
Hi.
And my palms are sticky. There we go. Just up there. Yeah, keep going. It's actually really, weirdly enough, a pretty direct path.
It's almost like it was intentional.
Lucky for us.
It was, but it is lucky.
So those are lightning crystals. I'm sure it's obvious by
It's a big one, jeez.
coloration of them.
Good
there's-
lord.
Hmm.
That is large.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, that's a lot bigger than I thought. I thought there was like just this part. It just kept going. It didn't stop. Oh god, yeah, that is a lot. It's not this many, is it? I thought there'd be less.
These are all the air crystals. And that's the 10 I was talking about.
Mm. Yeah, I can see that. Well, we only need a few pieces of relative size. Nothing too big.
You got the spine, right?
Probably
Oh, yeah,
going
it's
to
just
see
in the ancestors'
medium-sized funds.
cave.
Okay.
So,
That was all, right? Or was there another one? Was
we got a heart when we
Yeah.
went to the Vale.
Heart,
and
head,
then
spine.
Spine was the other bit, isn't it? Yeah, that's the only 3 bits that he can sense nearby.
But there are more.
But they're a lot further out. But he can regenerate himself from the dark crystals that are in there, which is what he's doing over the next
Okay.
few days. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
So
What back did I go?
the ancestor back.
Maybe the ancestor could put in some good words with me. With the 7. Oh my god. What?
Hey.
Yeah.
What are these plants?
I know you're mining some. So
Okay,
this is the
okay.
Valium drill, so it'll work. Yeah, no, you're good. The Valium drill itself is fine. It has no problems with it. I will say this as you are drilling into the moon crystal.
Yeah.
Even though
They
it's
do
not
look nice though.
backlashing heavily, you are getting a breeze coming off as the mana is released, where you're cracking.
Yeah, if there's a breeze that, like, if I notice that it changes in pressure or it starts blowing a little bit harder, I'm gonna immediately pull it back and stop drilling.
Best way to say it is as you're drilling into this, you had basically the it's fucking windy. Yeah, that is.
It's
that
fucking
whole-
windy!
It's fucking windy!
So fucking windy.
Look at his majestic feathers flowing in the breeze.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
So I will say this: you're noticing that this drill is beginning to. The Valium's fine, but the gears are beginning to wear. They've been heavily mining with this today, so you see some of the gears beginning to like wear.
That'll be an issue for tomorrow.
Tomorrow issue.
You even say that's a tomorrow bird.
No.
These things are.
That's a
weird.
tomato issue for them. Why did I go fucking like Italian? What the fuck? Tomato.
He does it.
How many do you think we'd need?
I would say maybe 2 or 3. So we can test the Ivan, and then if it does anything. And it's always good to just have a few extra on hand.
Then I'll get 4 because I've needed one for the longest time to test something.
Yeah.
Good.
Alright.
I mean, as long as we're not as long as we're not depleting it. I mean, there's that one over there, so.
I wanted to go for the smaller veins just because they didn't want the big stuff.
Then I'd say we should get 4 and see how it works with the ore, with the gem, and then use the rest for our own things.
I'm pretty sure.
But I having they're not reusable, so having them is useful. Also, I need it for that one rune idea, so this is useful anyway. The airway van. Dowsing. The counterpart is a dowsing rune.
We get to have a way to test it a little bit, so...
Yeah, we'll have two of the crystals on hand to test it.
Here's one if anybody wants to take.
Jewelry box. I just have these on me, I don't know why.
Diggy dig.
That's why. Yeah, but I really, I needed to restock it. I ran out of medium-sized jewelry boxes. I only have this one. I have a slot. She opens her coat. There's a slot to put two relatively large jewelry boxes just slotted. But it's also good for holding books.
Thank you.
Also, they're really good for holding delicate things. That's good. They're cushioned.
Smart.
At least it's better than me holding out a fucking cigarette case for them.
More? Alright. And that's just one more, correct?
Yeah. This one is, I believe, just for yourself.
I was about to say I've never smoked before, but that's a lie.
Explain.
Well, remember the beach when I still had the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a day.
That was a day.
The sun is a lie.
Big Linden.
I hate Pink. It's so fucking stupid. What was wrong with us that day?
I mean, to be
You were
fair,
too relaxed.
We'd just been for a siege. We needed to relax.
I got the one that I needed,
Just
so...
swallowed my own fucking saliva.
Well done.
That's Tonka. Anyway,
Also, the drill's broken. Well, not broken, but...
maintenance.
Yeah. As always.
Yes.
I have the one I need. I have 3. Anything else?
You okay? I'm going through it today. Leave me alone. Yeah, I think we're good.
Alright, let's head back, because I don't want to be...
Das Wie ist das? Wie ist gut? Ist gut. Ist gut. I'm not allergic to pollen. I don't have a pollen allergy. I don't know what you fucking mean.
It's so weird to me that lightning crystal, I guess.
It is huge. Is that the only one we have?
There's a couple on the other list, but I'm pretty sure. You heard that, right?
It looks big enough to... No?
That sounded like a cannon.
Down there's fucking huge as well.
Yeah, in a very far distance.
I didn't hear that. I might have just been out of range.
I mean, see how big that was? Oh, big down there.
So, suffice to say that water, if it does work, the water orb will, or soul dam will have plenty of...
Yeah, I believe so.
kind of want to see if I could like dive into the water, but I feel like it's a really bad night.
It would be a horrible idea. You'd splat. Water still hurts at terminal velocity. Yeah. I mean, I could turn to a shadow and jump down, or go along the edge of the rock.
I wasn't gonna do it anyways. If I go in the water, my arm is fried.
Fair.
You've also got the drill. I don't think Vincent would be best pleased. What? How did you lose the drill, Juniper? I did a sick, nasty dive.
I got a 10-10-10 on the dodges.
I almost hit a water crystal too. You should have seen it.
I nearly fucking died. But the drill! Okay, I see my life means nothing to you.
I got a gold at the Olympics. Aren't you proud of me?
What the fuck are the Olympics?
Yeah, what are the Olympics?
I don't know. Something I read about in a book.
Is it like this weird thing they do plays about occasionally, every like couple of years?
Ooh, a play about me? That would be so cool.
The stupid bird that splattered on the water and lost the drill. It just the end.
Funny thing, my tent up there, I'm actually planning on making a house eventually.
Wow, that would be nice.
I mean, we've got to go
I also
good
plan
for your
on-
houses that way.
Right? Also, there's all the crystals right there. I'd be able to watch over them, and if anyone does any stupid, I could throw something at them.
You just
Like,
fucking yell
it's
down
just
from the fucking top of the mountain. Hey, stop that! Go!
Get off my crystal lawn!
Holds up drill like fucking. Holds up drill like fucking narrator. Get off my lawn!
Or I could like have like I know like a musket specifically to fire warning shots, but like clay.
You just create like this like thing of clay or whatever. Occasionally, it's just like the shape of like a horn, and you just yell through it, and then you just yell at the entire place at once. It's like, hey, leave my fucking crystals alone! I see you.
Yeah, I know, but I also plan on making a small forge there, like one that I could work at.
A mountain forge. More, I guess, for more specialized things.
Yeah, just so that you know how the forge gets busy and there's a lot of people there.
Yeah, fair enough. I understand that. It is kind of in the literal middle of town.
So it's something that can be a little bit separate from people.
Yeah, nice quiet forge.
Would be nice.
And just tell the people it's not for sale. For fun. But yes, you see this very, very beautiful gem that you 100% probably want on a ring. It's not for sale. It's not for sale.
Alright, I'm gonna.
But we have the crystals. We just need them.
Do we have any what?
Do we happen to know what those like scarlet red crystals that were deep in the cave were?
I don't feel like walking anymore.
Oh. Okay.
I heard it that time. See, fuck.
I guess they're testing. My voice. They're testing
I guess. Someone's testing it. Stop dying. So, we wait for Juniper, I'll go get it.
Oh, so yeah, so yesterday it was just the recovery, and then the meeting where it's just a lot of arguing for a while. That was nothing was decided, so
I see. What was the arguing over?
anathema.
Ah, I see. I do apologize for my absence.
Oh no, it's all good. You were probably pretty lucky to not be there.
I suppose.
Yeah, I heard it lasted like 2 hours.
Oh dear. That would have taken a lot of paper for dictation.
She places the
To be fair, you could have just put, refer to page 3 for the same argument.
That is a fair point.
I think, I'm gonna be honest, I think that's my favorite argument to ever bring up. Which is, when people just start arguing in circles about the same thing, it's just, refer to my last statement. What? Same answer. You asked the same question, just differently.
We all agreed. Basically, we're all arguing for the same thing, which is the stupid part.
Yeah, so basically, to my understanding, a meeting that was answered within like the first 30 minutes or less continued because people didn't just accept the answer of, no, they're fine. We never told them that. It became just an argument, I guess, of the same thing back and forth. People arguing for the exact
Pretty
same
much.
reasons. They basically were arguing at each other, but saying the same things, but with slight differences that made it matter, apparently.
Is there
It's my favorite circle arguments.
abbreviation to each side of the argument?
I guess. I don't know. I wasn't there. Did some people argue but leave out certain portions on purpose or something? That's why it continued.
A little bit, and then it was mostly just people doing bits out, and then we find out later in the arguments that it's the same, and then it was just basically that. Brain work. It was basically because of something Violet said before she left, and is when she'd already resigned as mayor, which then made them be a bit more sort of like gotta be handcuffed and all that, and then wanted an apology for the council, even though Violet wasn't the mayor anymore at that point. So just a mess.
I see.
Basically, an apology for something they didn't even do. In fact, they wanted an apology for something that they agreed to originally.
Right. Interesting.
It is stupid. I mean, I will admit, I am of the opinion that the anathema that we have in town need to be avenged. But I am not of the opinion that they should be shackled when they haven't done anything yet, properly at least. However, I do believe Luna should be, as they actively attacked an adventurer, as I heard.
Interesting.
And they basically just got a slap on their wrist. The only reason they were even in cell is because Luna put themselves there.
Is the adventurer still alive?
I believe so. It was the one that came back when they were warning our towns and people about the anathema and what they do. It's the fact that they mimic people and disguise themselves to blend in and gain trust. You can see the concern.
Indeed. Did they have evidence to back up this claim?
I believe the adventurers said as they went through a town that had been killed by anathema. Or at least an anathema managed to sneak in and pretend to be someone's daughter, and when they came back, the town was dead. Or something along those lines.
Oh dear. Most unfortunate.
I believe they said something along the lines of they tested that person, found out they were anathema, and the town refused to do anything about it, saying that they were fine. They've been fine. Like, that's my daughter. Things like that.
Very concerning.
We just merely advise caution. That's
Basically. I don't want to kick them out, and I don't want to permanently keep them locked up. But I do want them to be held to the law that we have here. Or at least the rules. Don't even know if it's actually technically law. And one of them, Luna, well, I think attacking someone kind of breaks that.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, I always hear the stories of how they treated Dahlia. Basically, the complete opposite. Even if they didn't do anything, if a full moon was coming out, it was basically a given that they would put her in the cage to prevent any issues. From what I heard, at least.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's when Gallo was a bigger influence on them as well.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. We're supposed to be killing, like fighting him, I think. I don't fucking know.
I don't know either. So, been put on the back burner for a minute. Did Juniper know to come back here? Like,
I mean, we could just test it without them.
I mean, we can.
We want to. The Vin crystal's right here, and the gem is right there.
Do you know what? I'll have a quick see if I can find him, just to make sure, and then...
You have 8 minutes.
So, Miss Trio, how long have you been here at Leafside? Thank you for the follow.
Probably only like a few months. Not too long. I had to leave Zul because my beliefs were different from my parents. I'm not sure if you heard of the situation of the Dark Elves in Zul, but let's just say that there is a revenge plot that half of the race wants to go about, and the other half doesn't. I'm part of the other half. At least in terms of what I think.
I had heard rumors about it.
Except my sister. So, that happened. I made the stupid decision of bringing it up while we were eating dinner, and my mother, matriarchy, my mother looked at my dad, and my dad just instinctively, just from the look, I think, took the knife and just cut my eye.
Yeah, no, I don't know where he is, so let's just do it. Let's do it. Just do it.
Alright.
Wasn't in
God, I summon thee. Come out, God.
You got so
It's a scar.
No. Yeah, it's the Mana Stone.
Capoton. Yep. So, we're taking
Yeah,
the
they're
wind
really fucking
spirit
around with it.
gem. Yeah, we're taking. This is the last test I think I'm doing today because I'm gonna switch to Veronica.
I'll leave you to this.
But
thank you.
the spirit gem on the box, you know, the jewelry box, it's floating above it.
There we go. Bit rate's looking a lot better all
the
of a sudden.
wind one, and we have a wind crystal.
Okay.
So, gonna put the jeweler's gloves on. While I do this, just in case. And actually, you know what? Hold on. Advis.
Yeah.
Take the glove off, the crystal back down, hand you the glove. You do it. It might have a unique effect. Wind affinity.
No. I just
You
love the
have-
fact that I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this. You do I.
It's not even a matter of I don't want to do this. Like that's pretty clear for because you was gonna do it. But it's just wind affinity.
Yeah, the way you did it was
I
just
know,
funny.
it's perfect. Okay, so then choose the crystal. Maybe you'll resonate with it through the crystal, which then won't burn you.
Okay. Well, I rolled 3 times. There's only 3 of you in here. Good.
No.
So,
What the fuck do you mean?
as you touch it, and you see this in the blink view.
Oh no.
What happens is as the crystal touches it, all the air, and then immediately out. You take the brunt of it and get basically thrown out of the chair to the wall.
My no.
Okay. You, despite you prepped yourself because you know this, you know when you felt it going bad. You get knocked back, but not as bad. They rolled you a 12 hit, literally 4, 12, and 18. You're far enough away that you felt it tussles the feather in your hair situation.
It's the fucking.
Yes.
A nice breeze. Anyway.
And as you see, pretty much the crystal is fully inert. Mana gone.
Okay. It's kind of what I expected. Anyway. Ow.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, that hurt. I didn't expect that. I just saw in the quick flash, just wind.
Does that hurt? Does that hurt?
You know what? I'm glad I wanted to rest after this. I'm just. I don't think I'm bleeding. I'm just hurt. I have a really bad headache now.
How damaged your wall? Now you
How
shine your
damaged
wall,
my
then-
wall? Oh, my wall!
We've already got damaged
Everything,
floor.
I'll say this, everything on your desk in a situation, because what happened.
No!
Just be more detail what you saw in a brief second.
My
Yes.
jewels!
All the air basically was pushed off in 360. So yes, everything on that table blown off in different directions.
No.
Did it shatter a window?
Yeah, there's a window right there.
It is shadow window.
There's a few windows.
10, 15. Yes,
Whispering.
as you do. This pedestal right here basically went and out into the grass.
Oh no!
So this window is broken.
And
I'll look at the pedestal and the jewelry.
I'm gonna go just lay it down.
Would you like a hand?
Oh, is that me? It's me. Okay, I'm good.
Oh, dear.
I'm good. I'm gonna lay down. Man,
Yeah.
I like that window. Kind of. I like
Right,
that
so-
window now. Because it's broken. It was a good window.
We should probably board it up a little bit with something at least.
I'll let you figure it out. Head hurts. I'm gonna rest.
You know, I'm just gonna move some of those crates and just put it in front. It'll be fine.
Fair enough. Just don't block the door.
I'll put it.
Maybe like take a I don't know, bookshelf or something.
We don't have bookshelf.
I mean, we have
That's
the
a good
dresser.
point.
I'm just gonna take. I'm
You know, carrying that down the stairs. Can you help me move a couple of these boxes just to cover that?
Yes.
I'm not carrying stuff down from up.
Understandable.
Guessing most likely 2 should do it.
Yeah, two should hopefully be fine. Oh, God.
Oh, around the pillar.
Yeah, around the pillar. Yeah.
Guess I'll lead then.
Okay, that's all good.
That works.
Right, well, I think I'm probably going to rest as well. If you did want to speak to Tyrion, I believe, so hopefully he shouldn't be too busy now.
Hopefully.
Or
Especially
the
with him
guards.
taking a moment to rest today.
Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the experiments today.
It was more than I expected to happen, I suppose.
Yeah, we kind of go a little bit crazy when we get given new stuff, so...
I've always been a fan of experimentation, so I don't mind in the slightest.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it. That's...
Indeed. Oh yes, I did have one last question. Do I already have my payment from the last few days, or should I be waiting on that?
Yes, yes. You do. With the 1 gold a day. That's...
Perfect. I should be able to pick up that loot.
Good. Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
I'm
Take care.
gonna go read books.
All in a day's work. Yeah. It certainly could have gone worse if we tried the fire or water crystal. Their whole house would have been drenched in water. Righty. So now we have time to pursue our other goals. Suppose I could take a peek by the general store now. But a part of me kind of wants to push off getting the loot until tomorrow. We'll see. Suppose we can make a bit of small talk in the meantime. Good day, Mr. Kai.
Good day, Sterling.
How are you feeling after the expedition?
Well, like I said before, a little sore. But now I'm chilling.
Ah, very understandable. Still have a few bruises healing myself.
Hmm. If you need any ointment, let me know.
I think it should heal up on its own.
That's good. What you've been doing? I've seen everyone run around to the caves, other places.
Well, we've been doing a bit of experimentation. Ended on a rather boisterous bookend at the end with a minor explosion of wind magic, but everything's alright.
Oh, interesting. I also did some exploding. We were testing cannon stuff.
Oh, yes, I did hear that earlier. Did it go well?
Yes. They have plans to make some specialized cannonballs. I'm planning to make a certain type of gunpowder to propel these enhanced cannonballs a little bit further. A little bit more impact because they will be a little bit more lighter.
Interesting. I'm curious to see how it turns out.
So am I. Gonna be fun. Yes, I was laying here doing some calculations in my head. I get the gist of it now. So far, so good. Hopefully, things go well.
Hopefully. I do wish you the best.
Yes. Well, you probably missed it because you weren't here. Just came in. But there was a parade of people looking in. I think only one person got injured. I don't know how, but something about spirit. Someone's spirit? I don't know. It was probably accident.
Very curious.
A very dull moment in Leafside.
So it would seem. For better or worse.
True there. Also been some people walking around. I think there's 2 people near the trees. Few people were walking, but I didn't know. But I don't know where they went. They went either to sleep or somewhere else.
Indeed. I've seen some new faces about.
Long new footsteps for me to learn.
Absolutely. Righty. I think with that, I'll bid you good day for now.
Oh, wait, before you go, takes out a little bag I made. Just finished. They were cooling down, but I made some strawberry caramel candies.
Oh. I didn't know that you are skilled in confections.
Oh, I learned from my mother. But here's a bag of 20. They're caramel candy. Giving out to my friend.
Well, I very much appreciate that, Mr. Kai. Thank you.
Goes great with a coffee, or you can just have it as a little nice sweet.
Indeed. I think that might be a delightful treat before bed tonight with a bit of tea.
Indeed. Well, pleasure as always. Certainly.
Absolutely. Do take care. Good day, Mr. Quinn.
Be careful. You're experimenting with mystical magical artifacts from the veil.
Good day there, Miss Ophelia. Do you know if the general store is open at this time?
But you're assisting.
I can open it up quick. I think I have a moment. No, he's busy.
I would appreciate that. I do just have a quick purchase with that loot that you've been holding for me.
Right.
By the time you come back, I'll have this ready.
Take your time. Thank you.
I couldn't help but notice your
are you-
new friend.
It's Ozul, spirit. I need to grab him if you want to go ahead of me. It's not open yet, but I'll
Very well.
look it up when I get there.
Same color.
Darker black and blue.
I'll be picking up my final piece of equipment. I believe, right? I got the mask. Yep, the loot is the only thing missing from my toolkit.
Be careful when walking alone when it gets dark. And apparently there's an older vampire walking around.
Ah, yes.
Playing games.
One of the lieutenants did make me aware. Thank you.
Miss Ophelia, I know you're recovering, but apparently there's a, I guess, old vampire kind of playing games around the town, so be careful.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I can bring it up.
Very good. Thank you. Hopefully the thing hasn't become too out of tune from being down in there. It did seem to be in good condition when I last inspected.
Okay, here it is.
Ah, perfect. I do believe that the previously agreed price was 7 silver, I believe. Oh, those right there for you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I was trying to grab you, but it seemed like there was a bit of an important conversation happening, but I see you're here now.
Was this right before the art thing that happened over with Otto, or just a little after?
Oh dear, I can't stick it back.
It was the conversation with
There we go.
I
Just gotta get
don't know
over the shoulder with it.
Wardens and yeah. And the other two.
It didn't really privy me to be there, but it was just Len's giving Sylvie the rundown that he's going to be making a formal report to the magistrate about what happened. All right. Yes, sugar.
On that shelf over there, yeah.
Righty. Thank you very much for your time, Miss Ophelia.
Of course, thank you.
It's probably this bag here.
All right.
Ooh, and I do see that you have some oranges there too.
Oh.
They blew the horn.
At a meeting.
Explain. Should I wait or do it now?
That's up to you. I don't really.
Excuse me? Why are you blowing?
Laying down.
Because we're holding a town meeting.
People around you don't try and hurt you.
Oh dear.
Have a meeting without me. Is that what I'm
Looks like my services will be required.
Yeah.
A decision has been made.
Oh, and we're okay.
We're going inside just because of the rain that's recently been going on, so we're having people come inside for the town meeting. Town meeting inside. Yes.
So short. I'll do it again.
Wait, you don't have to do it again. You don't have to do it again. Everyone heard it.
I was
Everyone
told to
heard
do it twice. I was told to do it twice.
Okay, fine.
Do wonder if this is a continuation of the supposed meeting yesterday.
Amelia, is it like guard Amelia or
Bunny, yes.
Bunny Amelia and
Who's the last one?
Airbus.
Thanks.
Airbus. All right. How about
Airbus
instead of
makes sense.
killing them, we make them, help you rebuild your tent?
Don't need
Frankly,
help, but they need punish.
Fern,
I'm Fern.
if you have a
The
request
second horn.
and a declaration that somebody committed a crime, you need to submit that to the guard, and the guard will investigate.
Is no investigate. Tent is ruined. Gabi told Fern who led bear out town.
Hearsay. Until investigation is called
Not hearsay.
and completed,
Oh dear.
we need to take
Fern
into
house is
everybody into
destroyed.
account. Guilty.
Not innocent. Gabi showed who.
But we don't know if they intentionally led the bear to
We
your tent.
Further to that, there
Should
is a
have just killed.
process to this.
Old bitch, fuck off! Okay, cool. I got it. If you are coming out of the
Maybe, but
horn, there's
you
a
know,
town
they didn't
meeting
want to,
inside.
so-
Should've just
Please
killed
make
bear.
your way inside.
Frankly, I wouldn't want any loss of life if it isn't necessary.
It's just the animal. It's fine. Use the animal for clothes. Use the animal for soaps.
As a necessity.
I'd like to
Could have been necessity,
sneak
but
a
instead
drink of
ruined.
water here. Let's have a second.
The guard will investigate this, and a proper punishment will be levied. Murdering people over this.
It's full moon. Fern's only safe space is ruined.
Then
Then you shall be
space
provided a
in
safe space here. Yeah.
the town. Until
Last
such
time was
as you
told
can be
safe
effectively
space in building. Fern was put in cell.
Well, that's not going to happen this time. And it certainly wasn't under my direction.
Damn.
Master Blake, aren't
It
you
was
the
done.
magistrate? Can't you
Yes.
make a call on this?
Actually,
Judgment on this?
well, if you could give your word,
really, I can only make a
mine's
call
not gonna matter
after,
afterwards.
like, an investigation's been done. And
People
everything.
certainly are taking their time to get to the meeting.
Until the investigation yet
That's true.
can
That's fair.
have a conclusive conclusion, you will have a space inside the town. We will make ready as far so you can have proper living conditions.
Are those two twins?
And hopefully we can at
Weird
least get
that,
this
like,
wrapped up and
investigation
deal with
is
the
so
appropriate
stuffed
punishment
and
for appropriate with the evidence that is presented.
before it gets to
Situation
trial.
does require a smile.
Yeah.
You ever know, so like whenever there's like something going on with the investigation, at some point it just kind of stops before you even
Alright.
reaches the.
Well, you
Like,
need to
you're
be
there.
nothing.
Like almost like
Understand you're frustrated.
almost like
The, we would
the
make our
calls
means
are being made
to work
from
with us to make sure we find everything
the
that's
guards
done
end.
so that you can return to your home and have it fixed. And that's we can live land.
Hmm.
I ask you to be patient, alright?
Fern is not attending silly meetings. Tell Fern what happened with. Tell me, Fern. I have to tell you something.
Okay.
Might as well take a seat while we can.
Where you want to sit? Anywhere, really. People matter to me. You want the chairs or the booth?
Okay, Mr. Elisha, glad to see you're out of staying close.
Neither, to be honest. You don't want to be here? I could think of better things to do, but you know.
Wait, were you saving this as one? Sorry.
I just like.
No, no.
I mean, in my official council opinion, these are such a good
gonna
use
look
of
into the finances and
government time.
starting work on a new ship.
I don't know. How do you speak like an official?
Oh yes.
Sorry,
I really don't know.
Nothing certain yet.
Considering my professional opinion as a member of the council, that I believe that we endeavor to spend our time in the most efficient way possible. And this is fully how we are spending it
Can I take my
juncture.
Can I take my hat
I
off?
must be political when I need to.
Have some agricultural goods and other things.
Myndighets and
Yes, the more we have to trade, the better.
Not really.
You sound like you know what you're actually talking about at all times.
It's a whole bunch of saying nothing while saying a lot.
It's a lot of bullshit.
Oh, so noble.
Pretty much. Okay, I'll do it without the calling people trash.
We'll make us less dependent on foreign
The
nations,
message is
right?
Trash.
we're gonna make sure the time is well used, Smith. It's important.
Perfect.
Walking fast, faces fast, and I'm homebound. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. I ran around the whole town.
Big hat. Sorry, let me take a shot.
They have you.
I love these. Oh, these are so nice.
Say I can come deliver them.
Stubbornness, Miss Ruby. Stubbornness.
I was gonna say he just stays there and then we get him the info afterwards.
Can I sit on the thing?
Yeah, just don't fall down.
Do you know how many surgeries I've done on that individual?
You might get stuck, so be careful before you sit on it.
Oh, do I still hold the record?
Gotta get a heart attack one day.
And succinct.
I believe I've done more open chest surgeries on him.
Straight in a fine, thin line here.
I'll try to get impaled again. Keep the number up.
Aballister, off to your left, you smell like a sort of very strong fishy smell coming from the two siren growls. And they're still kind of soaking wet. And there's like a puddle of water underneath where they're sitting.
Are we done talking about that? This is a close church.
Vampires, ongoing security concerns in the town, and a changing of
Search.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a very weird thing to clarify.
Calm yourselves.
They seem like they're fresh out of the ocean.
We will now begin
He can stand.
That is fine. We will now begin the town meeting. I'm sure you're very curious why we have called you all here today. We have a couple of topics to go over. First, I will have Tyrion speak on his first topic.
Multiple topics.
I'm normally a lot more prepared for these kinds of things. And I usually know what to say.
His mumble rapping.
I'm just going to be blunt about it to start. Effective immediately, I am stepping down as Leafside's guard captain. Eva will be acting captain until such time as a new one is elected. Or another is selected by the Baron. Whatever follows legal precedence.
This does change things.
This is not a decision that I make lightly, nor is it one that I make under any sort of duress or coercion. It has been explained to me that my behavior has become increasingly erratic over time. And I and other members of the council believe that I am not the best person to serve all of you at this point. I care deeply about this town. I care deeply about all of you. But in that care, I have led myself down a path that will do none of you any good. Thank you all. Thank you for everything. And know that I am not going to stop protecting this town just because I'm not captain or any of you. To that end, there are a number of security concerns that, while acting Captain Eva will be spearheading, it is my understanding of the situations that I believe it is pertinent that I bring to your attention alongside other members of the council and the individuals here. With that being said,
as Tyrion has stated, he will be standing down. This was something that was brought forth to our captain out of two concerns, and I will be very blunt and truthful here with you all now. One was in regards to his recent injuries. He felt it was safest for him to stand down on a temporary while he himself got better or learned to adapt with his new injury. The secondary was over some of our more recent talks that the council has been going over. We believed that the closeness got in the way of work. And thus we went to him today and told him of our intention. We did not force him to stand down. We discussed for the past hour and a half, and came to the decision, by his own means, that he wished to stand down. Eva will be our new acting. There are bits and pieces that are still going to be sorted, and we ask for your cooperation as we make the transition.
I believe we should bring the security concerns forward at this point in time.
I'd ask that one of our other members bring forth that, as I don't have the full information on my own end.
I can speak to that at the very least alongside Eva. And Blake, if you would.
I ask that you three handle that then. If you need anything, I'm over on the side.
Thank you.
Shall we begin with Crow?
Indeed.
Right. Well, I didn't call this meeting just to cry in front of all of you, so let's get down to business. A number of days ago, a group of individuals within the town, myself included, went on an excursion to Bell's Hollow. This excursion was made at the behest of a guest of the town, Freya. Very powerful vampire. A coven of vampires had been attacking travelers on the road. We were asked for assistance in removing them. A small team was sent there in order to remove the issue. Initial parley was attempted, but the primary reason was to eliminate them. It would appear that one of those vampires survived. This individual goes by Old Crow. Taller than I am, probably about the size of Phoenix, glowing red eyes, and a Plague Doctor mask. He is considered extremely dangerous.
Also wielding an extremely large and very deadly scythe.
He's been sighted around town the last couple of days, and we believe that he will be going after any individuals who partook in that mission. That being said, it is pertinent that you are all aware of his presence. Do not engage. If you require assistance, seek out members of the Guard, or those that you know can fight. We have reason to believe that he wants us. We will deal with it.
Correct.
Anything to add, Eva?
I know this comes to a great shock, and I stand and must remain firm that this be dealt with, so there's not continue to bother the town, and finish what we started. I implore everyone to make sure you keep yourself safe. And I will do every endeavor to ensure the safety of you and everyone who lives here. Me and everyone in the Guard that stand. If you have any information going forward about this, do not hesitate to let us know.
Right. The second issue is one that some of you may be aware of. Corsairs have been sighted raiding towns all down the coast. I believe we have individuals that have already been working on gunnery practice to keep the town safe. But if you see any ships out in the harbor that are not flying any sort of trading colors or flags, report it to the Guard immediately. We don't know if an attack is incoming as far as that goes, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Emilio?
Do we know if any of the names of any cities that have been attacked already?
Not at this time, but Nikias was the one that brought the information forward. I'll speak to her. And lastly,
my turn? Alright.
Okay, hi everybody. So we have reason to believe that the Void Heralds are going to be making a move on this town in the next few days. So keep your eyes peeled. If anybody lives around being a little suspicious, talk to a guard or, just a guard. I know there's a lot of new faces in town. The Void Heralds are, they don't have like a specific look or anything, but they're trying to cause us problems and kidnap people. So, it's kind of a rundown.
May I provide some clarification of what we know about the individuals, Magistrate?
Go for it, yeah.
As far as we are aware, the Void Heralds are kidnapping individuals with light affinity for purposes as of yet fully unknown. At this time, we recommend that any individuals with light affinity pay extra careful attention to the surroundings and anybody around them.
Oh no.
We don't know much about how the Void Heralds operate. The best that has been described is that they typically act as of anybody else. until such time as a rictus grin appears and they attack. We are operating mostly in the dark here on this one. And I don't mean to incite panic by bringing attention to this, nor a witch hunt. Individuals to the town are welcome and appreciated. But it's been brought to my attention recently that I kept things too close to the chest sometimes. And so I believe that it is in the best interest of everyone to be aware that this is a danger. But look at me speaking like a captain still. If you have any further questions or information pertaining to these individuals, please direct it to the guard. I think that about does it. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for... Thank you for giving me a home.
I also ask this. We've received word just now, as I am informing those on stage as well. We believe something has just appeared in this side. I ask you all to take care and be safe out there. Make sure you are with somebody. We will have people investigate what this dark, ominous presence has just brought into town. But please, stay safe.
Definitely not worry.
What an announcement. Hey guys, you got this big scary monster in town.
Right. Any problem?
How are you feeling? Don't know if move ill here or leave it be.
As much as I would like to pull Tyrion in order for...
We can talk about it.
So leave it here.
But I will probably release him if anything goes south, because I'm sure.
Come on, you no longer have to be all, oh, but I have so authoritarian cool in front of everyone.
Tell
Come on, let's talk about it.
can give to
We do need to fill out some last paperwork.
can so give others
And then I'm free.
Boring,
hates and
fine.
can deliver
Okay.
us.
Well, meet you later then, yeah?
Just a moment.
Mr. Ludo.
Oh, you're gonna just speed run through it?
Some things never change.
No, I'm not captain anymore.
It might be. Could be that he's fully revealed.
Always off in a hurry.
What's the saying? It was happening before. It's weird that it's just suddenly happened, but maybe it's just that he's fully given a presence.
No.
But I will let you go and deal with that before we end up with injuries. Jasmine's running headfirst into it, and I think that's kind of dumb. And I'm going to catch Tyrion before he gets hands caught. Yes, thank you for reporting.
Mr.
Head
Ludo.
on shoulder.
Maybe we can leave this with you.
Right.
It may not be best to keep them together.
Yes.
Apologies. I
And if we have any
wish
injured
to
that
thank you
attended,
for your
we'll
service
make sure that they get
and
back for
still extend that offer if you'd ever wish to
who can do so.
trade stories sometime. Perhaps over some tea.
Injured was here. Can we make sure that they get
Maybe
back
another night.
safely
Thank you.
we see any? I don't think they're. You're pretty kept, but you should stick with someone since you.
However, I
Stay safe
will
out
admit, between us three, sorry, already injuring you again, making you have a little heart attack there. Tea is the wrong beverage, trust me, he makes an amazing hot chocolate.
You flatter me.
So many oddities we want to made safe and
I'm giving a smile to people, I guess that's the only talent I have.
And far more than that. Maybe a moment. Let's get this finished up.
Right, meet me whenever you're ready.
I will.
Not sure.
Yeah, give them a moment.
Well,
people are already fighting
tavern to go.
outside.
Meet me in the
There he
tavern.
is. Don't let him go alone. Sorry, I'm yelling at people to make sure the injured have people.
They
Yes.
saw them shooting up on the rooftops after I
Almost-
heard
Erebus,
There's your
my
fish.
favorite band in my
With
office.
David.
Fish, stay with someone. Goddamn. Fucking shit.
Fighting with Dava?
You know,
I haven't
the
left
spirit
the
in
area
his
with
head.
at least 50 people
And
around
Jasmine's
me.
reported quite a large amount of dark energy.
Notice my hip is very askew at the moment. I'm quickly going to recalibrate in the corner here. Interesting news indeed. Oh.
Bringing him
There's
back
the
to east
captain.
side from Elk's mansion.
Oh.
As they broke his vessel so that he would be transported back.
Oh.
He was injured.
Well, that's very unlike him.
Where's
to
Ada?
be thankful of stuff.
Just
Maybe I
went
get
outside
open?
that door.
Outside this door. Well.
Oh.
I'm just
Why do
afraid
you
he's
think
gonna
you-
like die or something. For checking on him and healing him and all and being annoying, basically.
Oh. Is he having like opposite day?
Blake!
Blake, I don't want to alarm anyone, but like the bad guy that we were talking about is kind of like on the roof fighting someone right now.
I guess I should go stare at that and see if anything happens.
Blake, I think you should see this. I think it's
Okay,
Erebus
yeah,
as well,
I'm coming.
which of course it's Erebus. But like,
I feel
come
like
see this.
Erebus is
Sure.
about to die or something.
Look up on the roof.
What happened?
On the roof?
Where are they?
Jump down,
Beneath
run
the
that way, on the streets.
They jumped down. Wait, they were running over the streets?
Run that way. Others follow.
How many of us?
About 3, 4.
Otto?
Are you alright?
Let's go have a look. Seems there's some figures up on the wall.
Oh. I can also talk to you about that too a little bit, if you'd like.
We're not gonna find him, and if we do, he's gonna run.
Is this what you want?
He's most likely made himself scarce at this point. Good evening.
Sir, good evening.
It's crazy. Why would you think this?
Ancient to me.
That's. You only have a feeling, but not a.
Yes.
All the
wanna
problems
make sure
here.
he gets to
It's
bed.
not gallows, it's something worse. Why is it here?
I didn't mean bang.
Usually hurts a hip.
You two have a
Got
place to
scared.
stay, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
That's definitely him right there. Yeah?
What are you talking about?
He's like absolutely just up there. For sure.
Right. I'm getting this
Let's
sorted
see. Let's see who was here.
Where's Erebus though?
Great question.
Should we wait? Blake, come back here. Blake, lower yourself to the ground. Shouldn't we be the element of surprise just in case? Think of it. He's not expecting as many people as he's not seeing. Get into the bush.
So, okay, we'll get into the bush. All right, She's not very good sneaking around. Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
I know. Try to sit comfort. Ow. Yeah, okay, sit comfortably, alright? It's gonna be a little bit of a wait. Where the heck am I sitting again? Oh. Right. Be comfortable. We have to fight this one. Whoa, what the?
I think they're trying to stay hidden, Mr. Carr.
I think they have it for now. If they get tired, if someone gets injured.
I think the guy that disappeared.
I have an idea. If he disappeared, everyone definitely that. Toy, right? Let's go around. Come on.
What a night, huh?
Here, follow me. Come on.
Oh,
Come on, Blake.
disappear.
Quickly. You have a heavy armor, but this is not no time for you.
Perhaps it would be safer back in town.
Never a dull moment.
Very curious case.
Yeah. Very quiet, but I can still sense them when they're... I don't know, someone said they disappeared, but I could still tell where they were. Took me a bit though. Their footsteps are very light.
There seems to be a gathering up on the wall.
I think they're just watching. That was our one armored, one lightly armored. Oh, now they're just all convening on the wall.
Did you notice if Captain Ava was amongst the ones up there?
I don't sense her. Then someone similar, just in stature.
Well, perhaps not a quiet night after all.
Nope.
Good evening there.
Hello there. Good day. Evening. Be aware. There was a dark spirit floating around.
Dark spirit.
An ancient dark spirit.
Oh?
Stay away from it if it manifests in front of you.
Is it a separate entity from this vampire running around?
Yes.
Well.
It was.
Most concerning.
Indeed.
Oh, there's some folks coming back.
Did any of you guys stab it? Did you stab it?
No.
Where's Phoenix? Okay. That's great.
Still out there. He's fine.
Not what I wanted.
So he got away, nobody killed him?
I mean, did you see how he was disappearing?
Oh yeah, but from what it sounds like, if we just don't interfere, Phoenix would probably kick his ass, so...
He's playing with us.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Better than a tent. Okay.
Hmm.
DM present.
Hello there.
Hello, Suave. I'm here. I was here first, Captain. Oh, you were on the floor. Fine.
I'd just like to check, is that door locked?
I'll tell you that.
I think it is, isn't it?
It usually is. But yeah, we'll double check for you.
Thank you. Sometimes I get the impression it can from time to time. It might be a bit too early to start trying things like this, but I feel that we might have an opportunity with everyone busy with their eyes in other directions. Good evening.
Have you seen Amelia around here?
Which one?
Bunny ears.
I believe they're still out and about looking for the vampire.
Understood.
I think I might have timed it just poorly enough that people are coming back right now. Depends on how fast the GMs can get an answer. I'm not going to rush things too much, but this could help expedite some answers. Plus, whether or not it's locked will answer a lot of questions about whether or not I should do this. That might be a problem.
Hello again. Is
Good
everything
evening.
all right? Not that it's exactly my purview anymore.
Well, it seems a lot of people are currently out and about patrolling, but I don't think anyone's seen anything as of yet.
Fair enough. Anybody in there?
I don't believe so.
I needed to get some pots and pans anyways, but I can probably wait. Did you need help with something?
Oh no, I was
Old habits die hard.
been trying to set up a meeting with some of the guard folks, but it can wait. Nothing as
I hear
pressing
all
as
that I
a...
get.
Indeed.
Well, good luck. See you around. I need to go find Layla.
Take care.
Waiting far too long today.
I'll give it 2 more minutes, and if we don't get a answer from GMs, then I'll nip that in the bud for tonight.
With their carts or wherever the fuck they're walking, because I'm not having a Baron get pissed at us because there's people that shouldn't be there. But have a good night. I'm heading out. I have to get home. This much. I'm sorry. I just shut in front of you. Have a lovely night and stay safe.
You as well. Take care. Now we have Elijah in there. 1 more minute. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity some other night as well. Has there been any success yet?
This evening. Well, no, it's gone for now. At least, so I'm told.
That's a
Not
shame.
Dead, so I'm still a little on edge.
Indeed.
How about yourself? How are you doing this evening?
I suppose fairly well. I've been staying safe so far.
Good. Yep, all the fun talk of inevitable violence we'll have to go through. There's people by land, there's people by sea, and then there's your vampire friend, and I'm sure there's some other fourth threat I've completely forgotten.
Most likely. Things always stay exciting in Leafside, it seems.
Of course. That's why we like it here. Always exciting.
That is fair. And there's our window literally closed. Oh, and it's raining. Indeed. Never hurts to try. Perhaps now we could try heading to the tavern, perhaps giving our loot a bit of a try.
Step undercover here. At the very least, it's not like
The grand curse to me.
Good evening.
They're with the group. They let me walk away because I'm tired of
messing with them
doing code.
Lightning flashes there in front of the Artificers Guild.
Oh, gods.
Apologies, I just don't like that.
I think we should go
Is
out
that
to
on
the rain.
purpose? No, wait, hold on. Look, I don't know
That was
what
something.
my fingers on, but I'm worried.
There was that man who said he struck by lightning every time.
What was that?
What?
Spoken to Miss
Who
May.
is struck by lightning every time it rains?
I saw her when she came in to get coffee. Are you okay?
Did you just hear a popping noise?
She's been getting headaches since being on leaf 5.
I haven't felt
cold
cold
like
in about
I heard the thunder.
several hundred years.
Could just be my ears.
Don't spit hair. Also, I just, you know,
That was weird. I literally heard like a...
Don't know where they went.
I believe she is staying at the tavern.
There it is again. Did you hear it that time?
She mentioned it briefly if she has interest of remaining in town or is she passing by?
I think.
Unknown.
What is that?
I
Oh,
should be staying for a little bit.
it's probably the spirit that came out of the fire. Stone thingy.
I feel this
Right.
problem with herbals before.
As I heard earlier, I was laying down on the balcony of the apothecary and I heard a pop. And I looked over and then there was a spirit.
Running around wasting energy.
Suppose that would make sense.
I mean, I have been able to
Is someone injured?
before, but it doesn't
Better save that energy for when something does
Oh.
He said his dark magic pops out without him intending to.
Hopefully.
Well, it's more like he has someone forcing him.
I think it might just be. Are we gonna have another episode of him looking for body parts, or?
You can do healing, right? One lad got struck by lightning again.
I can
As you do.
those that can heal together. Most of mine is magical healing and boosting of healing magic, and I can
Did you
negate
say Otto got
them.
struck by lightning again?
No,
Not
I
Otto,
didn't.
just someone else.
Someone else.
They're in the
Okay,
fort.
but they are used to it.
I didn't see
Sounds like
one.
they need to be taken and treated for burn scars.
Okay,
They're in the forge if you want to check them, but I think they're fine.
Can they still need treatment?
Help.
If
I figured I should let someone know.
Are they acting fine? Did it seem like it hurt?
They were on the ground. Let's find out.
I think it's Muggs' new character.
Okay, I'll go check on them at least.
That checks out. The supposed dark spirit that they're speaking with.
I've never seen someone get struck by lightning twice. Hard of.
He warned me. He said when it starts raining, lightning just strikes him. I think God is actually trying to kill him.
Okay, let me know if you know where Thomas is.
There's a bloody
Thomas still. Okay.
He's angry.
Well, it certainly seems like that energetic time of the night where a bunch of strange events seem to pop off at the same time. Curious if there's anyone in the tavern at the moment.
It's supposed to be there.
Few folks.
Okay.
Real quick, I think I'm going to take another quick second. Have a bit more water. I think we still got a... Yeah, still got a good hour or so left of session. So we'll see what else we can get up to, if we can manage to finally have a conversation with any of the town guard or not. If not, we might give the loot a bit of a try. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back. Bitrate is on the lower side again, but it's still keeping green, so shouldn't be artifacting at all. Alrighty. You can hear one of the old fans on my computer case is buzzing. Just gotta give it a light tap. All right. Let's readjust this. Quick recalibration. And we are good to figure out what the rest of our evening is going to look like. Let me try that one more time. There we go. Much better. All right. Should be good to go there. Perfect. All right. Let's get back out there. Let's take a peek out this way. See what the town is up to.
Pop open. There's Mariah inside.
Looks like it stopped raining. There's some folks having quiet conversations. I think I might take one more peek over by the keep. See if there's any news.
Oh, it's the feline again.
Evening. That's not what that should look like. There we go. Okay.
Miss Ruby says she's my mom, kind of.
Never let this happen too much.
No relation to our current Lily. No, she was. So that was a different thing. It wasn't like romance there. It was just trying to save her life. Okay.
There we go. I'll be right back.
Well, when
Trust there hasn't been
when Runa comes back
too
down,
much trouble in here. No.
well, she's gonna
Other
go
than
check out
vampires
which
and
room.
such.
She's gonna go check her room.
No. Other than
Panicking.
But when Runa comes back down,
move,
then you might want to grab something to eat before you go out.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll get food in the morning.
But sometimes eating right before you go to sleep helps.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to sleep. I was in the Vale for a bit before I got here. With a guide and stuff, but yeah.
I see.
It'll be cool. It's fine.
Was I? I don't think. No. Okay.
I mean, you could go up there to make sure.
I'm panicking.
She's just she'll be right back. Don't worry.
My brain is fried, and I don't know if I'm doing anything right now.
I mean, yeah, it technically would be
Like,
double
it's
fried.
actually fried. Because it actually hit me
Yeah.
in the head this time.
Oh, wait, the other time was just on your, like, your shoulder or something?
Did
it was, like,
you
right
want
on my
something?
back.
Make sure
Oh,
the room
yes.
is
Could I get a drink, please?
tidied up. So room 5 is available for you.
I sure. What do you want?
Bring it back.
You want wine,
on
ale,
the
juice?
Left.
I think a bit of
Something else?
wine.
Thank you.
If you want anything from
Red wine or white
to
wine?
eat or drink, let us know.
Red.
If you order something. Oh, excuse me.
I'm gonna go back outside. Wish me luck.
Alright,
how
so
much do we
sorry, I
charge
know
for
you.
wine?
I'll say probably for a copper, a little bit more expensive than ale. Did you order anything?
No, I didn't. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. What did you
Or
want?
copper.
Did you want anything?
Wait, what?
Looking back there, I see that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is that? Is that a baguette back there?
We do a
Yeah, it's
baguette
haunted.
if you want a baguette.
No, wait, that's the haunted one.
Unfortunately, it seems that it's been doing some.
Pretty sure this is a brand new wine glass prop as part of the new tavern expansion that they just added. Yeah.
Something
Ah,
odd. But
feels good to sit down.
we have Octopus Tuesday as our special. So some
That's rather nice.
cake and pie, which is not too far from what we normally do. So I'll get you some stew. And Frey, would you like anything particular yourself?
Can I also get some of that octopus stew? As well as try it.
Of course. Alright, I will be right back then.
Oh.
Get both of you.
The gaggle is
Hello,
heading.
everybody.
What part of sewer you guys from?
people.
Are y'all from Suna? Usually the people
Suna.
coming from Suna. Okay.
We go around
Because
Suna
there are-
racing.
There's a couple of tribes around Zool
They're
as well as
racist.
Aspen, but there's
They're
Huh?
racist.
You should offer
They race.
to let them try out.
No, they race. They race. That's what they just said. They race around Suna.
oh, they race around Suna.
Summer Isle.
Summer Isle. I was from there. I was from the border between I was on the border of the Summer Isles in Suna. It was real nice.
Okay, maybe I'm allergic
I
to
had to
emojis.
get shipped away from work, so. Hold on, we gotta go hang out. Let's go.
We do.
The gaggle has arrived.
I sit you down.
As part of
A tiny fly?
the loot here, I do have a few sounds there on voice mod, and that's how I plan on playing it through.
Do you guys want to play poker?
Thank you.
I've tested it out a little bit, but I have yet to properly test it all out to see how it looks in VR, so it might be a little scuffed to see how it works the first time around. But we shall see. I think for now, we're just going to enjoy our glass of wine.
I think you could, alright? Why do you keep calling me that? Come on, I know I'm skinny, but you don't need to keep calling me that.
His name is Banks, by the way.
Yeah, Banked Rivers is here.
There was a mosquito around, blowing it away.
I got it. You know, if you just allowed me that they're another
welcome gift for you. You are.
We just lost like, I don't know, 40% of our guard structure, so we're a little lost.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, guess you could say so.
I don't know what it is, I'm gonna touch it though.
It's not the mite, is it? It's not the midge out of his shoe. Slap it, slap it, slap it.
It's the midget out of the shoe. Get it.
really good.
That's gonna be
Reminds me of home.
Yeah, I can't tell if I'm allergic to the
Someone get that
the
Mitch!
garlic
Get that
I
thing! Get that thing! Get it! Get it! Get it! Slap it!
Oh.
What?
Oh, that's the mosquito.
Oh, the mosquito.
Oh my god, they ate it! That's fucked up!
I mean, that's a weird. It's the one where they
You
have
think
the-
that's fucked up? Those like pigtails they have are actually leeches.
Wait, can I get
What the
Chewy?
fuck?
What?
Drink?
Yeah. Are they?
Oh.
Yeah, they showed it off earlier.
They are, holy
Pop
shit.
one off their head and it's like gnashing teeth and it like spun. Terrifying.
I'll give them the chance to try your friend.
I call this one Leech and this one Yeech.
So yeah, if we buy some dumbbells and some equipment to make people strong, we'll put him on there 24/7, and then he'll be big and strong by tomorrow.
Asking if want to try it.
Yeah, that's a really
That's
asking
a
a
lot.
lot from you.
I'm sure they're curious.
What do you got?
Still being a bit
Which one do you
grumpy.
got?
I got like a cup of celery. Why?
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I'm a little
Wow, your
autistic.
hair is really nice.
Here you go.
You look fat.
Thank you. I had to go hair
Want to try
H.
If
Yes.
one of us see
Try
him
the cushion squash,
in the
guys.
tavern tonight,
Are they native to?
God.
Are they native to Suda? Oh no! Put it on the back of my bald head.
Want to try?
Oh, Vincent?
They're
actually doing it.
Doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt? Oh, I was expecting you to die.
Does not hurt.
I feel like a comfortable
feels tingly.
pressure and a sort of vibration.
You're
at the
actually
back of your
trying
head.
it.
It's actually kind of nice and massaging.
potentially
It's kind of nice.
Okay.
I do the other one real quick.
I've
seen
seen
it.
people
It's
like
beneficial.
I haven't actually tried one. It's it's very nice. But these are probably parasites.
I'm sorry. You say it doesn't hurt, but they've got like bite marks in the sides of their head.
Oh, you did?
Wait, what?
That's just probably how long.
They said they had it on their head for like years. That's what they said. So I think that would be
Do you have
okay.
use of them?
So
Little
is it
bite
kind of
marks.
like kind of like when you like suck on your arm and it kind of goes red?
What'd you take from me? This can't be for
The
free.
bread's haunted though.
What?
Nothing?
Do you have names for them?
Cross room hit me in the face. It's haunted.
I believe them. Did you take something from
Cushion
me?
squash.
No signs of Thomas yet?
Fish squash. Which one's
Any
yours?
poison?
No.
What are you?
Oh.
I would have gone with the
Name
name Suck and
drill.
Swallow.
Is
Well, no, you could. You say.
Suck and
someone
swallow?
flew across the
Follow
room.
right here.
Yeah, that's what I would have
Or
gone.
when someone refers to a loaf of bread or something.
Because
they're leeches.
Because it's a full moon.
Oh.
Oh.
That's such a
the noise.
sound.
I love the noise. Do it one more time. They do it into my ear.
Yeah, if I could just stew for food tonight. Throwing this in the fun a little bit.
Wait, can I do it? Can I
Good
put it?
seafood.
I can't.
Or could I use one of my frost?
Such
Ale,
is
by
true.
the
I don't
way.
have the magic touch.
Right. I didn't ask you for
sorry.
a
Wait a minute.
You're good.
No,
Because I
sorry.
didn't talk to you about it.
What kind of cake?
Well then, Banks, you do it.
I'm very
Juniper,
trusting
I
in
got
our
you
new
the,
business.
the stuff
What?
for
Do what?
making some ale.
Can you pull it off?
thing.
Oh, looks like you can.
Actually
You did
climbed
it!
a tree that was right there
I
for
jumped
my
out your
key.
So
hand.
my interactions with
But I
this
ended
suck.
up
Let me
doing
see.
is
Maybe
I
that's
took
kind of.
my gloves and just threw them on the other hand.
Oh, that's
So,
scary.
some type
That's
of
so
climbing
scary.
No, it's awesome.
What kind of
That's
scary?
scary. I'm a. Okay,
And then
I'm a
harvest
sharkkin.
some of the ember.
What are
ember meat
you?
Lamprey.
Lamp. Oh. Oh,
Caught
you
mosquitoes.
have a freshwater aspect to Suna, right?
It's alright.
Deep water.
I have some aging barrels in my
Deep water. Wow, it really doesn't like you taking them off.
So I could just do the very
No, they don't know us.
flavored ales and things.
Oh, wow.
Distillery would be from a wine. Like wine.
Oh, welcome back.
Here you go. You can have it back.
Is it okay if I try to pull one off?
But I can attempt to make some.
Sure. They're a little feisty.
Put it back.
Are those your
He
children?
makes the sloppy noises.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, no, they're scary.
Are they your children?
No.
No.
I have never met anybody like you, and I spent a majority of my life in Suna. I'm gonna be real. This is like the most terrifying day of my life. It's a pleasure. Name's Banks. Banks C. Rivers.
What's the C stand for?
No, it's as in S-E-A. C.
Oh, right.
Sorry, I didn't hear your name. What was it again?
If he doesn't look well,
Ishamala.
tell you or.
Ishamala? Gotcha. Yeah. And how about you?
Maxine.
Laxine. Right, Laxine and Ishalaman.
Yeah, I was like, I wanted to go for the dangly bits, but then they showed me their teeth, and I was like, maybe not.
They'll bite you.
He's not scary.
No, teeth are scary. No. Liars.
So, Morgan, how long are you gonna be?
No, what's the goggles for?
My mouth is filled with sharp teeth. You think I'm scary?
Honestly, I'm probably gonna leave soon.
Do you want to get into that in public?
Should we go find Esmery?
Oh. Okay.
Go over,
I wish I had
Oh my
facial
God.
expressions. I would be blushing right now. Oh no.
Tajri, with this whole vampire stuff going on, how are you feeling as a fellow vampire?
Wait, you're a vampire?
Yep.
Yes and no.
A good yes. They haven't bitten anyone yet, so you don't need to be worried.
So, Jennifer, how are you doing today?
Alright.
The fucking lead away, the lead back.
I'm trying my best, okay? This is a lot for me, okay? I thought I'd seen some weird shit. I thought I'd seen some weird shit, but it's starting to get real weird tonight.
You're doing your best, and that's all.
Somebody broke my drill.
And I ain't very busy.
On accident,
So
right?
Caesar.
Oh no! They were drilling cannons with a drill that's supposed
Well,
to give you
apparently,
full context.
town, so we're just gonna have to close.
I was a half moon
Oh,
elf.
no.
What
that's
happens?
what I was organized.
What happens if you like? Eat it
About
spicy.
a year ago, I got turned into what's called a
Not sure.
dagger.
Fed it orange
Kind
juice.
of the progress stage between like halfway to
Did I like
becoming
it?
a vampire, or a bit like that.
I think so.
So I have some vampire.
I don't quite have the right hand curvature for that.
So when it's like this, I tend to
Brain juice.
to the doors.
Say
blocked
something,
with,
Lizzie.
Not a fan of it, but
people
Ah,
don't really
anti-poison.
I hope
That's
Do
a
they-
great
don't
idea.
steal anything.
Do they stay on or off when you sleep?
Because we won't be here.
fair enough.
Do they have like a little tank or a little like area that you just put them in when you go to bed?
Think anybody
go
will
steal.
steal
Yeah.
anything?
I don't think
You'd be
so.
hurting the town more than helping yourselves.
Like to stay around. Symbiotic.
Sometimes,
Sucks out poison.
sometimes just keep them on. If left alone.
Cool.
Put them beside.
These must be
you
the
both
like
have
newest
a
hype in Suna. I gotta get me one of
night.
these.
Thank you for
To interrupt real quick,
Say.
me and Aruna are leaving.
you as
We're gonna
well,
lock
you
the
leave.
door from the outside, but you guys can still just finish up and leave when you want.
And you can.
We can go now. It's all right. We were just
Yeah,
sitting
we
around.
can.
I feel like you need to rush.
Put
We can
these
go.
in the trash
Oh,
can,
thanks.
by the way, if you can,
Right, I'm not even
later.
halfway done yet.
Cups you can leave on the
Thank you.
countertop.
Bridal carry.
When you're done with them.
Bro,
He'll be
there's
retrieved.
one thing I can do.
later.
Go places.
Bring more ale tomorrow. Maybe you see.
I can't.
Yay!
Hey, Banks, I got some great news.
What?
My town's,
What?
My
my
license
town's
just came in.
championship drinker.
Oh, cool. I thought you were gonna tell me that you were pregnant. I got scared.
Does this still work?
We'll go to room now if want to walk around still can.
Real sorry, real sorry, real sorry. Forgot my.
Oh, okay.
It's gotten dark very quick. Seems to be a light on at the infirmary.
I spin the dreidel again, the little spinny top. Just fucking spin that shit again.
How's the arm doing?
I don't need apologies.
Hey, Luna.
Just need work to do. Are you wanting leather? Tough material.
Blind me and cause me to react. Cause me to fight. You should not define yourself.
I don't know if that noise is. I assume somebody upstairs. There's the trigger for the soft end, meaning GMs are no longer present. For the most part. Good evening, Miss Carty.
Good evening. You alright?
Hmm?
You alright?
Oh, yes. Just taking a bit of a calm moment, I suppose.
Fair enough.
How about yourself?
I am tired.
Very understandably so. I do hope that the guards can get some rest with that strange creature running about.
Yeah, I slept well as I could yesterday. But yeah, I usually don't need a lot of sleep, so the fact that today is tiring says a lot.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, that kind of day happens.
As they tend to be.
Yeah. Alright, I think I'm going to see what the guards are up to, then head to
Do take care.
eat the hay. You too? Oftentimes the motivation is something that I can totally understand. All their spirit. And then they're like, they did something because they didn't know better. Because I can uphold someone to the law if they were from like, I don't know, Suna or elsewhere in Erin, right? And like, because then they have a grasp of what we consider right and wrong.
Do it again and fucking take it out of her hand.
Seems that most of the gates will remain shut for the night. There goes Mr. Hadan on his nightly watches. Couldn't tell if that was a person. Looked like someone was laying there. Indeed, all three gates rather, are shut for the night.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Saying hi.
Could you stop?
I can stop saying hi. I only have to say it once to get the message. I'm sorry for breaking into your house.
Just leave me alone. I don't
Get
like
over the
spirits.
scary
I
thing.
don't. I just don't. The what?
The scary thing. You had a scary
What
thing.
about it? Yeah. I did. Now I don't.
Good.
Because of you.
Oh, well, it's good. You shouldn't have scary things. They're bad for you.
They're not bad for me.
The thing that people keep delivering things to. I see that from the graveyard sometimes.
Started from nothing. Now we're here. It's good for you.
The reason
You need to go somewhere.
I should inquire tomorrow if I do have any access into the Mr. Arvis's offices.
But would it please you?
Say that again?
I'm thinking that we could either just chill and play the lute for a moment over on a bench, or we could try and pursue a meeting with the guards. Hard to say how long they might be having their current conversation. But they tend to be a lot that if you don't make time, there won't be time. don't we start with the bench and then work from there? Give this new loot a try.
Thanks for your seat.
I need the tree. Premier tree.
Although not quite sure where to play. Up here could certainly work. Most of the benches are backward facing. So not sure which tune I should play first. Also, a few more that I need to add to the list as well.
Thank you.
I was saw us ahead today. Oh. Alright.
Let's take one last peek, and then we'll commit to sitting on the bench. Could also try playing in here, but it would be rather strange, I suppose.
So many abilities, you might as well use it, no?
Yeah.
And there goes the magistrate. I think I'll plant myself right here. Slide a bit over as well. Let me test out our sounds here. This one has a bit of echo on it, so I prefer to play it inside the tavern. I guess that just leaves us with a couple Oblivion music. I suppose it's fairly fitting. Let me test it out, see what the volume is. That should be a good volume. this one. Yeah. Why not? Let's give it a try. We have yet to use our fancy new loot. Let's give it a shot. I also have yet to properly experiment with it, well, sitting down like this. Hopefully, I will not block my hip tracker and end up skyrocketing off into oblivion. So, without further ado, let's give this a try. But first, also, knock that volume down. Knock that down to 20%. Good evening.
Hello.
Enjoy the music of this gentleman. I am off to rest. Don't get into too much trouble.
Are you going to the couch?
Have fun. Yeah, we'll go to the couch.
Clap, clap, my tiny little paws, I clap.
Thank you.
Speaks like music.
Thankfully, this is still mostly in tune. I've just picked it up today.
Hell yeah.
So why not give it something a little bit more energetic to test it out?
Energetic. I'm energetic.
And there we have
Why does it make so many noises?
Well, it's all
So
due to
cool.
these strings right here.
Oh, how'd you learn?
Well, through quite a bit of practice.
Oh.
You tend to get some spare time when you're traveling around the world, so I figured it wouldn't hurt.
I like it. It's cool.
Thank you.
There you go. You gotta know.
You really have to reach back there for it.
Yeah, I feel that. I lost my plant friend.
Oh dear.
Not too bad, but he's kind of dumb. Not as smart as me, the most knowledgeable spirit in the world. That's right, that's me.
Oh, I bet.
I have so much wisdom.
And what type of spirit would the smartest spirit in the world be then?
Cat spirit.
What element of cat?
Oh, well, that's a secret.
Right.
I mean, most of us don't hide it, but when we got it, it's usually to keep safe. Big cat!
Oh.
I want to be a big cat like her. I'd be so cool as a big cat. All I have is a humanish body, which is fine.
I prefer my human-like body.
Humans are alright. They're squishy though.
I can't
Don't land
deny
on your
that.
feet super well. But it is nice being tall and having more fingers.
I'm glad that we did not end up having some sort of a bloodbath with that vampire running about.
Oh, the scary thing people are talking about.
Seems to be one of two. Supposedly there's a dark spirit that's been going about. Have you seen them?
You'll have to be a bit more specific.
I'm afraid that's all I can go off of. They seem to be a dark spirit that's appearing about town, and people say to avoid it.
I see.
You wouldn't happen to be a dark spirit,
Well.
would you?
No.
All right. Your secret's safe with me.
I'm not a bad one.
You don't seem to be to me. At least not yet.
Yeah. I mean, none of us start that way. And people don't know about spirits because they just yell at us. A nice spirit could be evil. It could be this dark spirit that is a nice spirit, but it's dark in a way that's like morally.
Indeed.
I think people just assume I'm a dark spirit, so just assume that I'm here to spread evil and kill people and ruin everyone's days.
Are you?
No, I make deals. I try and help people. Though the deals sometimes, well, They bring good things, but there's also a consequence for rushing good things to you.
That does make sense. Everything comes with a price.
Mm-hmm. But I still try and help.
How long have you been in
friends.
Leafside?
Not long. I've been here, maybe a week and a half, maybe? In total? I've lived in the Vale my whole life, so I saw a bunch of people from here come in there, and then they came out, and I followed them, and then I found this town, and then I found a cool people.
Wow. Have you been to the Vale recently?
I went with them. I tried my best to be a good guide, but I don't think they were too happy with me, to be honest.
Did you fail in some way?
I had a lot of people shouting at me to figure out where I was going when I was trying to. And I led us the wrong way because of all the yelling. And then they got mad because we went the wrong way, and then we went to the Deep Vale, and their stuff started melting, so I passed out some of my things, which I never got back.
Oh dear. Good evening, Captain.
I'm here to slurp you.
Not quite how it works, but a valiant attempt.
I attempted the slurping. That's what I heard of the word. I got corrected. It was not with this usurping. It was slurping. I got it. I understand now.
And who told you that?
The other spirits, they're really smart too.
Right.
It's good you have friends that you can rely on.
Oh. I want to keep helping people. I like helping people.
That's good.
I can understand that. I truly do.
It's just hard. I don't get a lot of things. Everything's weird.
Sometimes having to help people means you have to make difficult choices. But at the end of the day, if there's good intention behind it, you can try at least.
You're not still mad about me letting Tyrion go, are you?
Hell, man, I was pretty upset about it. But what's done is done.
I tried my
My
best
brother's
to
still
hold them
alive.
together.
And without you, my thanks. He's my brother. I love him dearly.
He's a fun friend.
Yes. He's a reckless idiot. Just like me.
All of you are. That's why I'm able to get so many deals. Not in a bad way. I just like deals. They help feed me.
I'd like to
Nom,
think
nom,
I'm
nom.
not reckless all the time, but
No, you're not.
I
Maybe a matter of perspective.
squint. Yeah, you have a little less chaos in your aura.
But no,
A little.
I'm not angry at you
Not
about
for-
it.
Ah. You're not?
I'm not.
I'll learn
I
how to hit
apologize
things
in
with
that
a
some
stick.
cases I might hit things with a stick.
Everyone that was with my group, and I'm sorry, I didn't get to say sorry to everyone about, cause you were in my group, and I failed in leading us, and things got bad, and then we almost got eaten by a fish, and
You did fine. None of us knew exactly where we're going. If anything, I should take the blame for our calls for us getting us lost. I said for us to go back, and then we ran into a wall. That's not you to blame. I took a situation that I was not familiar with I was not familiar with. You did your best. That's all you can do.
if you ever want to go back to the Deepville, I can always help take people. I've never really seen the plant lady or the others that far in, so I think that might be the one little piece that I can help with that isn't normal. But we got some stuff from it, and we should definitely check on that stuff. I don't think anyone's looked over everything that was gathered, so hopefully we got good stuff. I made sure to point out the really rare fruit that was on the island. It was super rare. It was I think Mr. Elijah has it. I'm supposed to help him more with Vale stuff, but he went in afterwards. Or stayed there. I think he got split up.
You come from a city.
I don't know if he's okay. I hope he's okay. I can't find people easily in the Vale.
Well, we know it came out at least, at the very least. And should we require any more excursions then? I'll definitely keep that your suggestion a note.
I have to get my cool thing tomorrow. Mr. Tyrion gave me one of his old uniforms, and I had it remade by the peoples, the Bing and Taylor. Whatever.
His old uniform?
Yeah, he had an old uniform that was in his closet that I stole, and then I gave it back to him, and then I said that it was really nice, and then he gave it to me.
That's good to hear. I'm sure it's gonna look great
Imagine
on
that
you.
for a gift. Someone
I have
steals your suit, then gives it to you as a gift. You forgot that you had the suit, so that's it.
He wants to make my necklace pretty too. My necklace is already really nice, but he wants to turn my necklace into something. Have you seen my pretty necklace? Hold on. I get big. Let me get on the ground so I don't fly up into the air really quickly as I get big. My necklace should be right here. If I move this part here, you can see it on my neck. That's my necklace. I've had it since I was a kid. I think my mom. I don't know where I got it, but my mom.
Do you mind if I look?
Maybe my mom did. Sure.
Pardon me. She's looking at. Does she read anything?
You can see some like really worn out etchings. From what you can tell, it is probably what you suspect this is. Like the markings kind of are less of a name. It's more like a, number counting or marking of a person.
I see.
It's a pretty necklace, right? You like it? You like it?
It's very charming.
Thank you. You
said he's gonna make it even prettier, so I'm gonna let him have it for a little bit. But I'm very protective, so I like to keep it because it's all I have. My mom sleeps all the time, so I have to. This is what I keep.
Do you know where your mom is? You said she slept all the time.
Yeah, she's in the Vale. She's in the cave we used to live in. Well, she's still in there, but she's sleeping.
How long's she been sleeping? Is it a
Oh.
long rest?
Yeah, she's really tired. She's been sleeping. How long have we been together? 20 years. I make sure to feed her
Right.
some of the rats.
Does she eat them?
Does she eat them?
No, I have to help her. I make sure she's taken care of because I care and I want to make sure she's okay.
Right, I see.
Yeah, you guys should meet her sometime. I should bring you guys. It's pretty far out in the Vale, though.
Perhaps
You could play
someday.
a funny music thing for her. She'll like that.
Indeed.
But I'll show off my cool uniform in the coming days as I gotta disappear here for a couple of days, and then I can look all cool in my uniform and my necklace can be all made. Because I don't like being without it. It gets tight sometimes, but I had Lens help open it up and claw it open. Because I guess there's a little thingy back here that is hard for me to get because my nails are a little long. So he helped me get it undone when I exploded once. So I take good care. I gotta clean it more often, but I hate baths.
I see.
Well, if you do ever get a glow up, let us know. Love to see.
I will. I'll glow. I'll glow up real good. Wow. I did it.
I'll make no promises, but perhaps in the future we can maybe reunite you with your mother.
Yeah. Yeah. I just have a mom. That's normal, right? You guys just have a mom too?
I suppose it depends.
Oh. Cool.
I do, yeah. I hope she's fine.
I do as well.
Been a while since I've seen her.
Oh.
I have a mother and little sister. And I constantly think about them every single day. And they're okay.
So the stork story is true. I understand everything even more now. A stork comes down and then stabs people in the tummy and then pulls out a baby.
Oh. That is not the tale I thought that you were talking about.
What do you think I was talking about? Is it a different story?
Well, the one I've heard is that the stork comes and delivers a baby at your door.
Oh, that sounds less gruesome than the one I was learning.
Yes.
I like that one more.
I agree.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
You should take care of yourself. Get some sleep.
Indeed.
I know.
So,
You said you wanted to speak, didn't you? As well.
indeed. I was about to inquire if tonight would still work.
I have to get
I'm
going
fine with
anyway,
that.
so...
Take care.
Take care, Cece.
Bye bye.
Bye. Right, well, I'll assume that you two want to talk on your own, son.
That's up to him.
I suppose most likely. It's somewhat business oriented.
Yeah, no worries. Alright, I'll let you do that then. I'll see you tomorrow, most likely.
Very good.
Indeed.
You have a good night.
You too.
Good night, Kaji.
Good night.
I do also apologize. I don't think I've properly acquainted myself with you. You can call me Aballister Sterling. Warrior, scholar, poet. At your service.
I guess Captain Ashva at this point, currently. Acting Captain.
Indeed. When I first arrived in town, you were still of the human disposition, so I can tell that there's been a lot of change for you in the last few days.
Yeah. It's been a lot. Let it take in.
Is there a particular place that you'd prefer to speak?
What do you think is appropriate?
Very well. I suppose if there's somewhere a bit more private. I'm gonna have to quickly plug in my leg here.
One day maybe he will.
Crackers are starting to die. I also don't want to keep OSL occupied too much if they want to head to bed.
Would you like some tea, in the meantime?
That would be delightful. And please excuse me for a moment here whilst I plug in my dying legs.
You're good.
Wah. There's one and two. There we are. Right is right.
Oh, there you go.
I suppose to broach the topic a little bit, I have noticed that it's been a bit of a tumultuous time, and thank you very much for the guard.
That it has been.
I have spoken briefly with the magistrate a bit, and I was wondering perhaps if the guard could use some sort of assistance. most of my skills do lie in the more scholarly pursuits, and the magistrate did mention that perhaps you are lacking someone that could help in those areas.
No, actually, that would be quite helpful. Especially when it comes to dealing with history of certain things and potentially about good avenues that would definitely be into.
Indeed. I, at least for the moment, seem to be sticking my roots here, at least for a little while, until I can get more of a, amount of coin built up for travel once again. So I figured, why not help out where, the town truly needs it? And I will admit I've always had a bit of a soft spot for those that, serve with, dignity in the line of duty.
Thank you. Well, if you'd wish to offer your services as acting captain, I'd be more than happy to have you aboard.
I would be honored.
The honor is quite... No, the honor is quite is mine. Thank you.
Indeed, Captain. Though I suppose there is a minor conflict that I am also serving as Mr. Arvis's personal assistant. But I do believe that I could find the time to do both.
Of course. I do believe that. I think we can make arrangements for that.
That would
There's
be
a few
delightful.
things I need to follow up on as well. It's certainly a bit odd, admittedly.
Sorry, one more time?
Sorry. It's a bit odd getting used to being called captain.
I suppose it hasn't even been a day yet.
No, not really. I certainly hope that I can do to earn your respect going forward as the captain of the guard. At least for as long as my station stands.
I do hope so as well. I expect with some of the stories I've already heard that reputation will continue.
You pay me too much credit. I'm simply just doing my duty, that's all.
Of course.
I suppose... Forgive me. And your name, just so we can get the names down again.
Of course. Aballister Sterling. Or you could call me Sterling for short, if it's easier for you.
I think that works. Thank you, Sterling.
Of course. And I suppose, if you'd wish to head to bed shortly, as it is gotten quite late, we could discuss the particulars more tomorrow.
I would like that, actually. We'll reconvene the details a bit, tomorrow in the afternoon.
Very good. I look forward to it, and thank you for the tea.
Of course. At the very least, I can make it tea. I can't exactly appreciate it anymore. I guess Council being my kind at this point.
Indeed. But, you know, I'm sure that we'll figure things out in stride.
Yeah. It'll just take time to get used to this.
I have heard of similar cases in my travels, but never seen it personally. Ah, good evening.
Ja, Boris.
Hey, Raz.
Boris, Eva. Took me longer to get back. The evening forest was good, and then the gate was closed. Had to walk around.
Yes.
Right.
Apologies. Yeah, I had patrols up active a little bit longer in lieu of the recent visitor.
Yeah. It makes sense given the threat, the presence.
Quite. Well, I don't want to keep you about still.
Of course.
I don't want to keep you about for too much longer, Stellan. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Captain. Oh, and forgive me, but have we been properly acquainted?
Oh? We spoke once, at least, I know. I forget what your name was, though. It was something longer, I know that.
I don't
am
fault you at all.
Rasmus Borghild Bige.
Aballister Sterling. At your service.
Aballister, that is what it was.
Or Sterling
I
for
thought it
short,
was
if
an
it's
A,
easier.
But I could not remember.
Indeed.
I will get to it eventually.
But I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you, Captain. Mr. Rasmus?
Thank you.
It was worth the wait. True. Yeah, sleeping for 20 years, it's hard to tell with spirits. But yes, that gives us a very nice step forward. Good evening. So now I do believe that we can properly retire for the night. Making very good progress. Good progress indeed. Yes. Now we finally have a direct reason to speak with the guard. Very exciting. So, for the upcoming sessions, real quick, pretty quick announcement. I believe we should be back on Saturday with the next session. I did see like a little talk about a upcoming break at some point, but I don't think that's going to be this next section. Pretty sure. So I should be back on Saturday. And I believe that we should also be back next week. There's also a chance that people were talking about a possible break with a bunch of people going to TwitchCon for next Monday. So I'm not entirely sure if there's going to be any like cancellations or postponings of a session at all. But as far as I'm aware, there should be a session on both next Saturday and next Monday. So if not, I'll try to keep you guys updated, figure out a way to let you know. But I think with that, we're good to... Yeah, I'll respawn for a bit, and then we'll see if there's any people around for a little bit of post-session talk. So let's go ahead and respawn. Oh, wow. It's dark. Slap these on as well. This one over here.
We had a great talk. We had a great talk.
Seems like most people are either still in session or have already taken off for the night. So I think this will be a pretty good spot to wrap up here. So yeah, thank you guys very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Once again, I will be back on Saturday, and then we'll be back again also next Monday as well for the next session of Wardens. So, take care, have a wonderful night, and I'll see you again very, very soon. Bye-bye.